Update.
Recording has begun.
Don't email verbal edits to make you.
I can't.
Staff was supposed to rehab them.
Mr. Young, recording has begun.
Just like
Hi, this is the meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, regular meeting of October 2nd, 2024. The time is 4:11 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Annex Committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item on the agenda. Meeting the quorum. Any members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for a decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. A person who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. First item on the agenda is item 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Okay, so Administrator Peterson, if you could call the roll.
Calling the roll. Member Schmidt. Member Schmidt absent. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman present. Member Kumar.
Present.
Member Kumar present. Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Anderson present. Member Highland.
present.
Member Highland present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel present. Member Wolf. Member Wolf absent. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. Vice Chair Stein.
Present.
Vice Chair Stein present. We have a quorum.
Okay, are there any agenda changes? Let me hear from Administrator Peterson first. Agenda changes. Yes.
We have 2 notifications in advance of complainants who will not be participating in this evening's meeting. They are items 10, file number 21145, and item 12, item 24037.
Okay, thank you. Members, I would suggest, since these 2 items have some unique circumstances behind them, they weren't just simple requests for continuations, that we wait until we would ordinarily call these items to decide how we want to proceed. I'm not sure just continuing them would be the appropriate course of action, and I don't want to take too much time up before 5 discussing this. If that's okay with everyone, we'll just move along. Okay. And then Member Pilpel, did you have agenda changes?
Yes, thank you. I was going to ask if we can handle items 2, 3, and 4 after items 5 and 6 to give me a few more minutes. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to act on items 2 and 4, but I'm working on them diligently.
Okay. And then the other thing I'm going to mention is we're going to hold pretty tight to the 5 o'clock set time for complaints. So if we're in the middle of an item, I'm going to do our best to wrap up where we're at in that discussion. We'll stop the discussion and then pick it up after complaints. So Member Pilpel, if
Yeah, that's fine.
make sure, because I know you have to leave early. So if we don't get to it till late in the meeting, that would be the next time we call it.
We'll make it work.
Okay.
Clarification, items 2, 3, and 4 are being called after.
After, at least let's do this. Let's call item 5 first for now.
That works.
Okay.
Let's just do that. Okay, before we move on, any public comment? I don't see anyone in the room, but any remote public comment on the agenda changes?
We have no one in the room. Checking the online community. If you're in the online community and wish to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment, and let's move on to item number 5 for now.
Item 5, hearing on Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting administration. Discuss ideas to reduce the length of Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meetings, modify the agenda layout, and avoid instances of non-appearance by parties to complaints. This is for discussion only.
Okay, so I've heard from some of you about some ideas that you had, and I think it'd be good to discuss these as a group. Basically ways that we can reduce length of meetings, keep things on track. If we need to, the agenda for the most part is set in our bylaws. So if we want to modify the overall agenda layout, that's something we would need to change in the bylaws. And then ideas to reduce the instances of non-appearance. So I'll go ahead and open it up if anyone wants to jump in.
Member Highland here. Just starting with the last part of that, just wanted to ask our admin, that last sentence, non-appearance, is that the result of why we have the non-appearance correspondence for 10 and 12 because they communicated with us saying they're not going to be here? In which case, it's great if that's what's happening, because I've been advocating for that for a very long time.
Yes, and there will be discussion about those file matters. So the background correspondence is in your hands.
Okay,
and it's
good.
also available to members
Good.
of the public.
I think one thing I've always asked yourself, not so much, but past administrators, is kind of a more rigid RSVP system so that we know 7 days before, have they responded to the invite? Are they coming? And not just have a hole in our agenda as it happened so often in the past. Is that something you guys are using? Is it something that's been, kicked around?
It has been kicked around. We are starting to use it. What you'll see in your hand is the entire thread of the reminders, the originating emails, and the conversations where we tried to confirm that they were coming and then heard late in the game they were not.
I don't want to go to where, like doctor's appointments, send you all these annoying texts. Are you coming? Are you coming? Are you coming? I don't want to be that, but something along those lines that works, that's not too intrusive, I think would be a win-win all around. So that's all I have for that.
For the record, Member Schmitz arrived at 4:17 p.m.
Thank you.
To your point, Member Highland, part of the problem that we're running into is people try at the more last minute stages saying that they're not going to come. And what we're finding then is it's too late to replace that hole in the agenda with someone else because there's other deadlines we have to have to get people enough time to prepare follow-up materials and then get them to the administrator for inclusion on the agenda as part of the upload. So in this instance, I think both Mr. Hilton and Ms. Schulman at the very, very last minute, despite prior confirmations that they would be attending, decided that they didn't want to do it after all. And then at that point, it's too late. So we're gonna have to figure out how to deal with those. Jim?
I just wanted to throw in one suggestion that maybe there should be some more incentive for the parties, as in either a way to close the case or a way to make a determination on the case without them being present. That's the end of my suggestion.
Member LaHood?
I realize this might complicate things, but it also might help fill some of those holes. Would it be possible when we, if we have a short list of candidates, if we could say, are you willing to be an alternate if someone drops out? We're giving you advance notice that there may be a spot on this agenda. You're further down the line, but if somebody else drops out, would you be interested? Would you be prepared and ready to be on the agenda for the next meeting? And maybe have some people lined up as backups. And if they're willing to do that, make sure that they get on, if they don't make it on that agenda, that they make it on the next one.
I'll let you speak to Administrator Pearson, how difficult that would be for your office to coordinate.
What would be the suggested cutoff? Because we do have requirements for notice.
3 days.
72 hours.
72 hours.
Push it.
And you
Business.
typically notify people how many weeks before they might be on the agenda, or is it like 10 days before?
It's been about 3 or 4 weeks before we
3 or 4 weeks. I would contact the backup people at that same time and say, you might, you are not currently scheduled, but if someone drops off, you would be next in line. If there's an opening, would you want it?
The other just thing to throw out is that might pose a problem for, do we let the respondent also weigh in on that? Because the city, people have childcare and all that, to say 72, which is basically the Friday before, say suddenly, hey, we might need you to show up at 10 o'clock on Wednesday, might be difficult for city staff. And I don't want to have an undue burden on them either.
I would notify both sides that
And
there
see
is
if
a
they're both okay,
possibility.
too.
See if they're both okay. And then you've got backup.
I can hear certain parties clamoring about that part. I think the onus should be on the petitioner. I think if 72 hours, I know we have traditionally given more notice to both parties, 2 to 3 weeks, but if 72 hours is what's required by our charter, that should be enough time for a city department to make arrangements to have someone here. So we can let them both know, but what I don't want to have is a city department saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, that won't work for me." But maybe if we give them more notice, they're less likely to say that. So maybe, yeah, maybe. I mean, it's sounding more and more like a dentist's procedure. Like, if can you put me on the cancel list? I mean, that's what businesses are doing now, and that's maybe what we have to do. One thing that's a little bit radical is there was a time, and it's been discussed at this task force, and it's been argued, both sides of it, where you didn't have to show up to have your case heard. You could advocate over to us to do it. I think our current policy is you must show up for the first triage at the committee level, right? And after that,
You can ask for, the bylaws say you can ask for permission then to not appear at the full task
so
force.
is that an option we present to someone who is struggling at the last minute? Say, would you like us to run with it for you, to keep it on the agenda and keep things where they are and meet our 45-day? I mean,
Yeah, we could do that. I think,
if we feel we have everything,
right.
which we should have, because it should not have left committee and gone to the full task force if it wasn't all apples to apples, oranges to oranges, right? So
Right. Yeah, that's another idea, that just because they can't make it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to strip it off the agenda.
we should be able to, and especially if it's timely for, if there's 2 or 3, things that are all related to that, we've kind of grouped it that way. We should be able to advocate for them, I think.
Yeah, and our procedures already allow for that. So I don't think that we could just, even though we've kind of held them to come to both, I think we could absolutely try that and say, hey, you might not be able to make, but you still want us to proceed with the hearing. And
You have the option of letting us proceed if you'd
Yeah.
like, or we can continue if you'd
Yeah.
rather be there.
What do you think, Member Sugarman?
I just wanted to add that if you're discussing alternates, that's probably going to add more of a workload on us to prepare those cases to make sure that we're versed for them for the meeting. So I would suggest no more than one alternate.
Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, I just wanted to share with people because I had sent you a letter and I had various
Right.
suggestions. And this is a much more, I like that everyone is thinking about a way to get more cases on the agenda and if that's feasible with the timing and logistics and all of that. But I proposed something more modest, which was just asking people to confirm their attendance 24 hours prior, or maybe it could be 48 hours prior, or their case will be dropped from the agenda. Basically notifying them, you confirm it, or your case is dropped. If someone doesn't confirm within 24 hours, we would notify everybody on the task force and the respondents that at that time, basically.
You're saying 24 hours of the first notice.
24, but it could be 48.
Yeah, no, that's
great. I realize that this doesn't give the SOTF time to reschedule or schedule a replacement case, but at least it saves potentially some task force members from having to review that case if it's going to be dropped. It saves city employees time and overtime pay for showing up for something when
If it's not happening, it's not happening.
Yeah, if it's not happening, it's not happening. And then I guess this is my teaching background. I'm like, oh, maybe you could ask that they require some kind of proof that there's extenuating circumstances, then you would reschedule it, like they missed a test. So if they have a really valid reason, you would reschedule, but absent that, the case would just be closed.
Member Vice Chair Stein, I understood that you said, so when the initial notice goes out 4 weeks ahead of the case, then that 24-hour, 48-hour window starts to RSVP. Is that what you're saying? I like that.
24 to 48 before the actual meeting.
I like the reverse. Why not? Let's do it 48 within getting the first email.
Yeah.
I'd like to advocate for at least 3 days as someone who finds the tyranny of email quite burdensome.
But we could also inform them in the first communication, this is the case, and then we could send one reminder or something.
So, Chair Yankee.
Oh, go ahead.
So on that point to Vice Chair Stein, I think if we beef up the initial, what do you want to call it, intake acknowledgement, and say, these are the steps. You will be expected to blah, blah, blah. If you do, and if you're great, great. If you don't, the consequences are blah, blah, blah. We expect that you will attend hearings. If you cannot, for good reason, let us know in advance if there's some last minute thing. We don't like dealing with last minute. The more we can say that manages the expectations from the beginning, and that ultimately we can and will close your case, not hear it on the merits, not follow up, and you will have to start over from scratch. You don't want that. We don't want that. So please play ball with us.
So
thank you
in
a
one
nice way.
In one sentence,
Yeah.
and not that we're making a motion here or anything,
Yeah.
but just for the recording, if we write, you've been selected for the January 5th agenda. You have 72 hours from this notice to accept. Once accepted, if you then cancel, our policy 7BC will kick in, which will close your case. Simple as that, something like that.
Real fast, and I'll jump in. So 7B is what we've used a lot before, to close case when people don't show up. We've kind of assumed that they can always reopen it, but the language actually doesn't give them the automatic chance to reopen it. It says the SOTF or its chairperson
We have discretion.
shall determine if the complaint shall be reopened. So I think holding a little more strict on that, not just these last minute, I can't make it, but I don't know if you mentioned it, but kind of maybe some proof or like some extenuating circumstance, not just, hey, I didn't feel like coming today.
And I'm curious, I don't think that many 7Bs got reopened.
I don't think a lot have.
I don't think
So.
I was just gonna say, I think that, that's where kind of procedurally we could stick in this thing of evaluating a little bit. Was this a good reason for them to postpone it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Member Kumar.
I was just thinking that it might be a bit harsh to say, please respond in 72 hours. What I would alternatively suggest is maybe when they get the first email, they can have like a 48 hours to respond. And then they are sent a warning email saying, hey, we didn't get your response within 48 hours. You have another 72 hours to let us know if you are going to be making it for this meeting. That effectively gives them 5 days, which is a week, 5 working days to respond. And in case they don't, then we can either close that case or we can move it to the next meeting. But we have already given them sufficient time to get back to us as to whether they're coming for the meeting or not. So then we don't have to do another round before the meeting. That would be my suggestion.
Like that.
Chair Schmidt? This is Victor.
Hey, go ahead, Victor.
Yes, with our lower number of complaints, during the last meeting of the complaint committee, I was telling the parties when their items were going to get scheduled or tentatively scheduled. I was telling them verbally on the spot when their next meeting would be.
I think that's even better. So it sounds like we're at the point now that our backlog is down to, we know exactly when everyone's going to be scheduled, which is,
That's awesome.
I don't think we've been to that point in years. So
But I think it'd still be good to get this verbiage.
yeah,
Is a template, because, if we end up
Yep.
with a huge backlog, at least we have something.
and that does give them time that far out to say, I can't make it. And I think that's okay.
So I like the 2 days, followed by the 3 days, followed by 7B. I think that's great, just to summarize.
Yep. Pat, do you have, not that that's a motion, but maybe so we can discuss that and kind of get it implemented? I think everyone got on board. So essentially the idea is when we go to select a case, your initial email will go out and say, your case has been selected. Please respond within 48 hours confirming that you can attend a meeting on X date, whatever it is, to have your file heard. If you don't hear back in 48 hours, you send another follow-up and saying you have 72 hours. If we don't hear from you, we're going to close your file
For 7B.
for 7B or
For our policy 7B, and then list that there.
So that's hours. You don't want to consider business days?
Business days? It's fine.
yeah, maybe business days makes more sense.
Okay.
Easier to keep track.
Yes.
And
Well,
whatever
we
we
always
say
get-
should be consistent.
Always send your notices on a Monday.
And if they do respond and ask, say, I can't make it or whatever else, then we would, we can work on, under A, we talk about ways that they can continue the item and all that.
Yeah, we should put a line in there saying if you respond the negative, it doesn't mean your case is
Right,
closed.
right,
It means
right.
We will
Yeah,
continue.
but this helps the ones that just sit there and just ignore us.
do nothing.
Yeah. Member Kumar?
And business days are also consistent with the request that we have for interpretation services.
I just wanted to say I would personally steer away from saying business days because, say, for example, somebody gets the second morning mail on a Thursday, and they get back Monday end of the day, saying that I didn't know what business days meant, or like I don't like it. It can be a little. I think 48 hours and 72 hours makes sense because then they'll do the math accordingly. Like if they get the mail on a Monday, they know they have to get back by Friday. Otherwise, or if they get it on Tuesday, they know they have to get back by a Saturday. I think with business days, the weekend will make things a little tricky.
I see where you're going, but I disagree. I think business days is consistent with other language you use. An extra step for the clerks, sorry guys, is you could specify the date. If please respond in 2 business days by March 23rd.
Right.
Please respond in 3 business days by March 17th, whatever it is.
Or make it a parenthetical. Yes.
Yeah, that way you've got it covered, maybe. And that way we're still doing business days, but we're giving them a drop dead date.
And mark it in bold.
Yes. And there's no comebacks. No, right.
Does that seem workable for you, Pat and Victor? I don't want to. Do you guys have any concerns about moving forward with that idea?
My concern is that I would want to I would want to make sure that the calendaring system is consistent with our requirements for posting the agendas.
Right, so this would all take place right when you and I first talk about what files are going on the agenda. So this would be like
Yeah.
3 or 4 weeks
Well in
prior.
advance.
And that gives us plenty of time that if someone does say, hey, I can't make it, that we can select an additional file to fill it in. Because typically I think we give them 5 business days to get their materials in. So if we're doing this 3 weeks out, this whole process takes about a week. By 2 weeks out, we should know if we need to select any replacements. If we do, that gives them another week to get things in. That still gives you a week to prep the packet and get it on there. So I think timeline wise, as long as we get things out by, no later than 3 weeks prior to a meeting, we should have plenty of time to coordinate a replacement process and meet all the posting deadlines.
Yeah, because I also want to make sure that we give the parties 5 business days to.
Right, to submit supplemental materials. Yeah. So we'll work on that typically. I mean, if you want to just kind of mentally make a note, or I don't know how you deal with your calendaring, but maybe that's something that we can work on the week after a meeting takes place. We'll start that prep work for the following. That should give us probably close to 4 weeks. And at this point, it sounds like we only have a few files anyways in the queue, and most of them kind of already know what date they're going to be selected. So it should be pretty easy. They're going to have to do like we did before and go through pages of the backlog and all that. So it should be pretty fast.
There's no action item.
No. So any thoughts while we're on this item? Is everyone okay with the current layout about still doing the administrative stuff from 4 to 5? I'd heard, I think everyone thought maybe it would be better to stick a little bit more strictly with the 5 o'clock stops. We're going to try that this meeting because I think we've kind of blown past that significantly in prior meetings, and complainants have, and city staff have, just not been very happy sitting there as we continue along our way on administrative stuff. So what we'll do is we'll just pick those up after complaints. And then any thoughts about meeting length? I think we're getting to the point now where we're not going to be having more than 4 or 5 complaints per agenda based on the backlog. But if anyone has thoughts, Member Sugarman, then Vice Chair's time.
Yes, in a lengthy message I sent to Chair Yankee, I suggested that we have a hard stop at 9:30 p.m. And while we did have a phone call about it, I wanted to kind of emphasize a point that I didn't really make specifically there, that I consider what we do here a job. And we discussed meal breaks in terms of like eating, but really ultimately it's more about the continuous nature of these meetings, and that we're supposed to not be working past like a 5-hour point without taking a half an hour break. So between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m., that's like 5 hours. Apparently you can exempt, like you can elect to not take that break if it's less than 6 hours, right? So you're talking about at like 9 to 10 p.m. taking a half an hour break or ending the evening. So that's kind of like where I'm at with it. And I can go into why that is, but I hope that's fairly straightforward.
Vice Chair Stein?
We do signs in a picket line and.
And then I had also kind of sent a note to Yankee with a kind of similar suggestions, suggesting that we have a beginning and end time to our meetings. And maybe even beyond that, have beginning and end times to certain segments of our meetings. So that if our meeting was from 4 to 10, that's I think what I had suggested, that maybe from 6 to 9, it's about hearing new cases. So that anybody who's coming for a case knows this is the part where I have to show up, and we could think about, reasonably how long we thought each case, not each individual case, but how long we thought should be devoted to a case, and just have a start and an end time. And however we work to do it, somehow work to keep the discussion. And there's different ways we could do that. It could just be that we call a vote at the end of that time, or maybe we have some other way to, make the discussion more concise, but having the start and end time for each case. I mean, not for each case, but for cases, and maybe a lot of times for cases in between. And just when we're done with that time, if for some reason a case hasn't been heard, maybe it's kicked somewhere else, or we think more carefully about how we limit our discussion periods to stick within that time.
Yeah, I think those are good points. I think it might be worth everyone taking a look at and getting, evaluating how we actually hear each case. As it is, we have 5 minutes for each side for introductory discussions, 3 minutes for rebuttals. So built in right there, if it's just continuous, is 16 minutes. Obviously doesn't go quick, quite that quickly. Public comment, 3 minutes per person. That varies. It's hard to predict. Technically, and we brought this up before, every time we make a motion, we could give public comment, or we as our practice, we've given another 3 minutes per person for public comment. So if we make 2 or 3 motions, that could be giving just one public commenter almost 10 minutes of time to talk. So, maybe we limit, if we make multiple motions, each additional block of public comment should only be 2 minutes. I mean, I think if they don't say it in their first 3 minutes, I'm not sure our subsequent motions need that much. Maybe we don't need the 5 minute presentation and a 3 minute rebuttal. Maybe we don't need the question time that we have and then the separate deliberation time that we have. It seems often that we kind of launch into deliberations during the question time. And so maybe we can compact the amount of time that takes that's already built in. And I think Vice Chair Stein and Member Sherman bring up good points too, that, if we're going to hold to only hear complaints for a certain amount of time each meeting, we either have to hear less files, or we have to make sure that our discussions don't blow past what we have allocated for each file. I've tried to do that before, and I'm not going to name names, but I was told so-and-so got to have a rebuttal, and now I want to rebut that member said, and we can't have that back and forth multiple times or multiple rounds of questions. So I think if we, not necessarily make a rule, but if we could at least try to limit ourselves to one go around per person, per member, that might be a good start. I'm not sure we all need multiple rounds of speaking and multiple rounds of asking questions, if that sounds agreeable to everyone. And I can, as an informal type of thing, try to hold everyone accountable to that. And, not that it's a hard and fast rule, but I think if you can't get your thoughts, your first round of questions and your thoughts in from the deliberations, I think it's important that we just move on. Folks think about that.
To me, that is the trickiest part, because it either requires like a heavy hand
Yeah.
on the part of the moderator, or it requires some kind of system of timing, which I just feel like would be, difficult. But just to reiterate, like when I was thinking about how it would work, I imagined like, if we had 45 minutes for each case, well, we already take up 16 minutes, as you said. I feel like you have to at least reserve 10 minutes for public comment. That only leaves 20 minutes for Q&A. Who knows how long it takes the petitioners or respondents to give their answers. So it's probably realistically not more than like 4 or 5 questions from 4 or 5 different members. But, maybe we need to give an hour, or maybe I personally know that I read all the cases, and it's rare, but it does occasionally happen, but it's rare that the opening statements add anything to my knowledge of what I've already seen in the case files, but occasionally they do. So, especially when it's like a very confusing case file, and then we have the person, I'm like, sometimes it suddenly makes sense. But but yeah, so just figuring out the mechanics of that is the hard part.
Member Popo?
On that point, perhaps both at the committees and at the full task force, we can encourage the chairs to not require, but request the presenters if they can briefly summarize their written materials or if they have anything new. But otherwise, they don't need to present the same information. They should presume that we've seen it. And we should just continue to emphasize that. So they don't have, if they say, no, if you've seen it all, I'm good, they don't have to take up the 3 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, I would say they don't really need to summarize, right? Like we told them to summarize what was there. I feel like it would just be the same thing again.
Fair
But
point.
yes, if there's something new, I could see that. Because I feel like those things come out in the questions anyway, the summary, but yeah.
Member Hood?
I know we're trying to make things simple for ourselves and there's nobody out here today, but often we have members in the audience who maybe haven't read these things. I do think it's helpful for people to summarize why they're here and what they're looking for. If we can just encourage succinct summaries, I think that would be good.
I mean, I'm kind of in agreement. Besides, some people are better verbal presenters than written presenters. And so oftentimes it doesn't make any sense what they write. Suddenly they explain it. I'm like, okay, now I get it. For me, I think it's the rebuttals that don't seem to really add much value. That seems to be a lot of redundancy, and it seems half the people waive it anyways. So I would kind of be in favor of getting rid of the rebuttal portion, just 5 minutes for each presentation, and then we ask questions and deliberate, and we're done. I think that would be a more streamlined way to do things.
Could live with that.
Member Schmidt?
Yes, thank you. I've expressed in the past that I believe that the time allotted to the parties is fairly bloated. 5 + 3, 5 + 3. I don't think people really have that much to say. And so whether it's cut out of the 5, whether it's cut out of the 3, I think that's a significant amount of time that's packed on to these meetings. Because, some people don't take all the time, but some people they'll go 20 minutes if we let them go. I do think that there is one crucial element that it's something that I myself feel very challenged by, which is when I am a chair, and this would go to when other people are a chair, and so Chair Yankee, you know how this works. I feel like I need to drive things along, and I will let things get too conversational sometimes, and so that's a mistake. But I think that we probably could cut out a lot of time if the chair is a bit ready to hold people to what the category is that we're on. I see a questioning category as being ask the question. What's your question? I see a deliberation category as not about sort of free thinking time, but what is the decision going to be? What's your proposal on the decision? And so I think that there needs to be a way to sort of, sometimes maybe it seems brutal, but sometimes gentle to cut a person off. And I could be certainly guilty of needing to be cut off myself. Maybe right now I'm guilty of being ready to be cut off.
Thank you.
But I do think that the chair's role can be significant in these situations. I'll just leave it there.
Member Highland here. What about taking a cue from the debate and you can cut the mic?
Okay, so let me ask everyone, based on what Member Schmidt said.
Check your pants,
Is everyone comfortable with me being more strict on the timeline? And
Use the gavel.
Let's try it.
We'll try it.
Absolutely.
Please don't take it personally if I do it. I'm going to try it if you think that, because I'm going to facilitate. And I want to make sure we do whatever the group wants. And so I've kind of let things go a lot sometimes. I've certainly thought that we could cut things off earlier, so I'm going to try to do that going forward. If you think I'm being strict, again, please don't take it personally. We can talk about it and say, be less strict and revert back.
I have one.
Oh,
member. Yeah, I was going to say, yes, use the gavel. Sometimes you got to be brutal. But I think sometimes it's us that extends the length of the meeting. And I'm saying you got to be succinct. If you got a question, that's not an editorial. It's a question, with a question mark at the end.
I see Pill nodding. Yes.
So I think we ought to stick to questions. And this, for editorial things, just for me, if you write down what it is else you want, and then we could have a certain part of a meeting, maybe the next one over, where we could talk about all those editorial things that we want to talk about. But I don't, during the meeting, let's see.
Member Kumar, then Vice Chair Stein.
Thank you, Chair Yankee. I think maybe we can use this as an opportunity to come to a consensus that if Chair Yankee feels that any conversation is going out of hand or like somebody needs to be cut off, we should be, it's the chair's decision and we should be okay with it. I think we should we should be on a consensus that it's the chair's call, and if the chair feels that this matter needs to be ended, then we end it. So I would say maybe we just have an mutual understanding amongst all of us that it's okay.
And you can always vote to overrule me, you can make point order or whatever.
I mean, I'm sort of kidding here, but I'm not. If you had a little 30-second basketball clock and you hit the clock, which means you're going to cut that conversation off 30 seconds, wrap it up,
Yeah.
or lift your gavel or give us some cue as we're talking that wrap it up,
Yep.
or I'm about to bang the gavel. That would be a little kinder, gentler, and allow the person to
Finish your thought, yeah.
finish the thought.
Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, although I think it can be hard for just to time every single comment, but just a small point, which is that I think it's also okay to cut off comments if you feel that they're repeating past comments.
Right.
And that was something like when I ran a board 20 years ago, it was a contentious board, I often had to say, you already made that point, next person,
And the other thing I think I want to express to everyone is, it's okay to make a motion, even if we don't feel we all have consensus. Let's put a motion out there. If it fails, that's fine. If it does, but at least we have some idea of where we're headed.
I agree. I think we need to get to motion much more quickly at the risk of them failing, because it kind of clears a tier of discussion.
Yeah.
We get a quick, temperature of the group. We don't want to go down that road. What's next?
Yeah.
Rather than at the end, it's like we're 2 or 3 avenues are still open.
Yeah.
And then we make a motion and we add it to it, and then we wordsmith it. And 45 minutes later, we have this horrible tangled motion that could have been,
Yeah. And we can make multiple motions, right? If you have
Yes.
part one you think you
and
want.
we never do.
Yeah.
And we have in the past, and I've seen, like, way back when I first started, we were doing that. One motion followed by another motion, because it gives a nice structure to how we got to the decisions we got
Yeah.
to.
And people might agree on part A, but there might be disagreement on part B, and trying to.
We always end up splitting the motions anyway.
Yeah.
Let's make them sequentially, hopefully logically. I think that's a great sort of. I'm guessing Member Wolf's not online today.
No.
Yeah, because he would probably agree with that. He's been a proponent of let's split it, because I am okay with this, but not okay with that. The other thing I wanted to say is, sometimes we have very complex cases in front of us, and we are trying to do the initial groundwork, and we should maybe acknowledge those cases, and we will have a sense when we read them, and Chair Yankee can remind us, like, we might take a little extra time on this because this is seminal work.
Right.
But ultimately, we're here to get resolution for the members of the public. We don't have to get so academic.
Yeah.
If we have to get academic, we can. But if we don't, let's not. Let's do quick motions one after another. Let's have a gavel hovering saying that you got to wrap up something.
And that's a good point. If we want to have further discussions about a specific part of the admin code that came up, let me know, and we can agendize it for a future meeting and have that
It
academic
could be part
discussion.
of our getaway, conference, like you said, editorials, those kind of things, which, I mean, that's some very interesting stuff, which we could talk for hours. And when those interesting things come up, at the beginning, wave the gavel. When those interesting cases come up at the beginning of our meetings, we go down the rabbit holes. We do, because we all have energy, we have whatever. So that maybe a thought of kind of like the structure now with
Yeah.
the admin stuff, but maybe something substantial followed by a couple of black and white ones, and then something substantial. I don't know.
Just following up on that point, I feel like these cases are like, we know them when we see them in the committee. And one of the things we could do is just put a sort of flag on certain cases that we think are like very complicated or not very clear, or what, that we think might take more time. And so that they're flagged
That would be,
for you before they come to you, because most of them come through complaints.
Right.
And I think we kind of generally know which are these kind of messy, complicated cases.
Okay, I think I'm gonna stop this discussion here so we can vote on the other stuff for the regarding the minutes. So I think we have some great ideas. I think Administrator Peterson has some ideas for how to proceed with doing RSVPs. We had some discussion about the modifying potentially how we do the hearing procedures. I can put a proposal on the next agenda if we really want to maybe take a vote on that. Or if anyone wants to, based on this discussion, get a proposal to me, I think that's great. But I'm going to move on now to the minutes.
Which won't take long. I just wanted to say, I don't know that we need to change any of the formal procedures right now. I would suggest that we maybe go a couple of months seeing what these changes in practices work to, and then if we need to correlate
We can do that.
the bylaws or the procedures to do that, fine. But
Sure.
let's just try things.
We'll do baby steps. Yep. Okay. All right.
Public comment.
Any public comment on this before we move on? In the room, so it'd be only anything remote.
One moment, checking the room, please. We have respondents in the room. Let me check though. If you wish to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. These are parties in the room. No one has their hand raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to item number 2.
Would you give me one moment, please?
Item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of August 7, 2024.
Okay, briefly before I turn it over to anyone for potential edits, and I want to move real quickly on these. I'm seeing that number 9, file number 9, 23067 in these is chemo crossman against the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, yet we talk about, for some reason, the meeting minutes talk about Department of Emergency Management. I think that's all incorrect. I'm not sure this is something we really should be modifying in the middle of the meeting here. Also, item number 12, the motion doesn't include the phrase "to find a violation." It just says moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Kumar, administrative code. So I don't think that that's an appropriate motion. So I'm thinking we should probably continue these. I don't like to do this yet again, but these seem kind of not ready, but I'll let anyone else jump in.
I agree. I found some other things in here. I did make some material edits. I'm happy to pass those into Pat, and I would so move to continue item 2 to our next meeting with taking the comments that we already gave as amendments for the next round.
Okay. So we have a motion to continue these to the next meeting. Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Okay, seconded by Member Anderson. Do we have any comments on that motion from the members? Not seen any hands. Is there any public comment on that motion?
We have no one in the room. We have no hands raised in the online community. The motion was moved by whom, please?
Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Anderson. To continue them to the next meeting. Okay, and with no one from the public wishing to make public comment, I will close public comment. And when you're ready, if you could call the roll.
Taking the vote on item 2, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. One absence. 9 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of September 4, 2024.
Okay, any thoughts on these meeting minutes and how to proceed? Vice Chair Stein, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm still trying to open them up, but
Microphone, please.
on page 8, item 11, line 3, I believe it is. In my notes, I think it got a little tiny bit garbled, the violations and what they stood for. So I am trying to go there, but so I would say I think it should read to find a 6721 violation for not responding in a timely manner, a violation of 6721B and 6727 for not providing specific citations for withholding documents. And then it should say 67.21E for not sending an authorized representative to the hearing.
So the violations are 67.21, 67.21B as in boy, 6727, and 67.21E as an elephant.
Yeah, but just the correct, what's implicated there be correct. Like, I don't think it says for not sending an authorized representative to the hearing, for instance. And that's what 6721E is. I mean,
So-
that's what we were referring to specifically. And then 6727 and 6721B, we were referring to not providing specific citations for withholding documents. So just so that it's labeled clearly in connection with the sections, what we found, in violation.
Thank you.
And then on page 9, item 12, in my notes,
Item 9, page 12.
page 9, item 12, under the motion, it says due to non-appearance without notice, but in my notes on it, it said due to non-appearance of the petitioner. I don't know if we need to change that or not. I just thought that non-appearance of the petitioner was a little clearer.
Right. Yeah, I'd agree.
And those are my only suggested changes.
Did you get that one, Administrator Peterson?
Yes.
Okay. And then I had one briefly. This one's pretty straightforward. Page 7, item number 10, file 23090. The motion by Member Highland. The end of it doesn't make any sense. I don't think it needs to be there. The motion should be moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Anderson, to find that Public Works did not violate at Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6721 for failing to provide public records in a timely manner, period. The and further close the case,
Right.
That doesn't make any sense because obviously everyone was there. So I would just end it, period, after the word manner and delete the rest out of that motion.
On line 3. Yeah.
Any other Substantive things, actually, it looks like we're moving close to being able to approve these. Yeah.
I'm just thinking on that last point. I thought our past practice was just to say to find no violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, period. Normally, we only cite a code section when there is a violation. When there's no violation, I
We've
think
done it
just-
both ways. I've seen it
Okay.
both. I don't think
All right.
there's.
You're right. It may not matter. There were a number of other comments and issues. I've tried to capture some of those. We noted that some of the
I'll
vote.
note that it's 5
I know.
o'clock now, so.
I know. I'm not sure that this is ready. There are some votes that don't add up. There are some other things that we've found here. So member LaHood needs a capital H throughout. Member Kumar. There are a number of things.
Would you feel more comfortable with continuing these?
I really would, and I so move.
Okay.
Okay.
So moved by member Pilpel
Very
to
good.
continue this set of meeting minutes for the September 4th, 2024 meeting to the next meeting. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Seconded by member Anderson. Any comments from the members on that motion? Not seen any hands. Okay, let's go to move to public comment on that motion.
We have no one in the room. We have respondents in the online community. Members of the online community, if you'd like to. And we have another caller. Online community, if you'd like to make public comment on item 3, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 on your telephone. I'll give you a moment. We have no hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and if you can call the roll.
Taking the vote on item 3 to continue. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland. Member Highland, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Wolf is absent. We have 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Okay, I'll call item number 4, and then what we will do is then move after item number 4 right into our, we'll move to item number 7 after that. So the administrator's report will come after the complaint files tonight. So Administrator Pearson, if you could call item number 4.
And this may also be fast.
Calling item 4. Approval of orders of determination. We detail item.
16 files total.
Of 16 files that are listed on the agenda. I think
There are
that's-
16 files total.
Okay, I think that there are some major errors that need to be fixed in these, but specifically the comments that we made last time about not saying moved by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and moved by the Complaint Committee, that we actually say who moved and who seconded things. We put the motions on. I don't think that was done. Beyond that, if anyone has further comments, I'm not sure these are ready. Go ahead, Member Propel.
Agreed. There's inconsistencies, including public comment in some of the blocks. There were some other drafting errors. I mean, we're getting there. It's just we haven't seemingly got to a point of a template and just pulling what we need to pull from the minutes. So with all of those understandings, with the written edits, with the comments, I once again, unfortunately, move to continue this pile to the next meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Move to continue these to the next meeting. Let's see if I don't see any comments from the members. So let's see if there's any public comment on that.
We have no one in the room for public comment. Members of the online community, if you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no hands raised.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment then and move to the roll call.
Taking the vote on item 4, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf, absent. 9 ayes. The motion passes.
Okay. Like I mentioned, we're going to come back to the administrative report after we hear complaint files. So we will move on to item number 7, which is our special order at 5 p.m.
Item 7, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
See no one in the room. Do we have anyone from the online community to provide general public comment?
We have no hands raised.
Okay. Let's go ahead and close general public comment, and we'll move on to the consent agenda, which is items 8 and 9.
On the consent agenda, we have items 8 and 9. Item number 8 is file number 24043, complaint filed by Rosa L. against the Department of Emergency Management for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On September 17, 2024, the Complaint Committee found that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner.
And item number 9 is part of the consent agenda.
We have
No. And 9, we should read 9. and
9, right? 8 and 9.
read
Yeah, we have to
them.
read both of them. We're calling them together.
And reading item 9, file number 24048, complaint filed by Rosa L. against the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On September 17, 2024, the Complaint Committee found that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the full Sunshine Ordinance Task Force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. The committee further requested production of the remaining records under 6721 to be monitored by the Compliance and Amendments Committee. The committee noted that this request was not acknowledged or responded to in a timely manner, and the police department acknowledged their lack of timeliness.
Okay, thank you. So members, does anyone have any comments, questions on these, or any requests to pull the items? Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this can be altered, et cetera, but on number 9, I believe that there's one thing that should have been reflected in the record, which is that we, as a committee, instead of saying we further requested, production, I believe that part of our recommended order was that since there's a violation and there hasn't been production, that there be an order that we order the police department to produce certain documents that were considered here according to the request. So in other words, I think it doesn't have the order part in it.
Member Schmidt, and maybe you could, William. So if we changed the committee further request, if we changed the committee further ordered production of remaining records, would that?
Well, except that we can't order as a committee.
What we would do is then we would adopt this as the full task force.
The committee recommends to order the production.
Recommends
of-
ordering.
And then we would.
Recommends an
Task
order
force
to.
order.
Recommends ordering.
In the words that I have that we use was
Mike.
forward to the consent calendar with a recommendation to find a violation of 6721 for timeliness and to order, so this is our recommendation, to order the production of the remaining documents under 6721 to be monitored by the compliance committee. It's the wording that we used.
All right, so what if we, let's see, if we changed that part to the committee further,
That we're
how about the committee further requested the SOTF order?
Yeah.
We just put in the words the SOTF order. Would that work after the word requested?
That's fine.
Is everyone okay with that? Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
I have no issue with that. I just think in terms of how we handle the consent agenda, because we're making a change to one of the items, we probably need to sever out item 9 from the consent agenda, adopt the balance of the consent agenda, which is item 8 as recommended, and then have a second action to adopt item 9 as amended that in the way that was just proposed by Vice Chair Stein.
We could do that. It's fun. So it sounds like what we'll do is we'll have, okay, let's do this. Did you want to make that request? Did you want it to be your request to sever that item? Member Schmidt, I don't know.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I would so move.
I don't even have to move. We'll just,
Okay.
yeah. Okay. So for the minutes, Member Pilpel is requesting that we sever item 9, file 24048 from the consent agenda. Any member alone can request that we do that. So that has been done. So really the consent agenda is only the remaining item number 8. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, which is just item number 8?
I will move that we accept the consent agenda now consisting of item 8, approving that item and accepting the committee recommendation.
Okay. Motion by Member Pilpel to that effect. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second. This is Member LaHood.
Okay, seconded by Member LaHood. Okay, I don't think discussion from members. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
We have no one in the room and no one in the online community with their hand raised to speak on this item. It is a respondent in the online community. Refreshing. We have no hands raised for public comment.
Okay, we'll close public comment, and if you could do the call the roll on that motion.
Taking the vote, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Wolf, absent. 9 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, now we can move along with item number 9, which I think we've already discussed. Are there any other changes that we think we need to make on that one?
Rosa L. is a panelist. Lieutenant Beauchamp is a panelist.
I'm no, why? No, we're still on.
Oh, we're still on consent.
We're just, yeah, we had to sever it because we're making a change. So no one should be moved to panelist. So this is just with the members. What we could do now, if everyone's okay with what we already discussed, maybe a little ahead of ourselves, what we would do is we would have a motion to approve the committee's recommendation for file 24048 with the insertion of the SOTF orders after the word requested. Or maybe actually what I'll do is I'll make that motion.
Or recommended? Or was it requested or recommended?
It's so at the bottom here.
Yeah. No, I understand where it is. It says request, the committee further requested production, and I was wondering if we discussed if we were requesting it or recommending. For the SOTF
Oh,
to order further production.
however,
I would suggest it doesn't really matter what the committee is suggesting. What matters is the task force finds or orders or whatever, that it's now at the full task force. You can deal with the minutes however you deal with the minutes in committee, but for purpose of the task force, it's that it's that you're beefing up the request to an order as to production, however you want to word that. It's the task force, blah, blah, blah.
what if I just make it simpler and just say for the second paragraph, since we're making it a change here, we just make it say, start with the second paragraph, first sentence, just say the SOTF orders production of remaining records under section 6721 and so forth as it's written. And just strike the committee further requested entirely and have it start with the SOTF orders that. Or orders, the SOTF orders the production. So it'd be the SOTF orders the.
I would second.
Okay. So,
Sorry for a quick interruption. Pat, can you check in with IT about your laptop?
IT has arrived.
No,
I have a temporary solution using Notepad.
Can you double check?
Pardon?
Double check your phone. I think they had a question for you.
Excuse me.
okay.
I mean, to Member Stein, if this language accomplishes what you were intending, I think that does the trick. So, yeah.
We're good. Okay. Yeah, and unfortunately, we move really fast, and so the minutes get actually approved after the stuff gets on the consent agenda. So the committee never gets a chance to see this before it makes it. So I'm glad we have these discussions. I think it's better than waiting an additional month to have the minutes approved. We could just do it quickly here.
And we'll figure out how to finagle it in the OD, but it'll get done.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And in the future, maybe we should have the consent agenda go back to being 8A and 8B because it was confusing to have. Well, whatever. I don't care that much.
Pat had changed it.
Mr. Young, I've spoken with IT.
Doesn't matter.
Are we good, Pat, to move on? 'Cause we're in the middle of the motion. Okay.
Yes.
The motion is moved by me, seconded by Member Sugarman to approve the recommendation for item number 9, file 24048, with an edit that the words "the committee further requested" be stricken and replaced with "the SOTF orders the." So it's on this second paragraph here. And that's it.
Noted.
Okay. Any discussion from the members? I think we kind of talked about this one already. Okay. Let's see if there's any public comment on that motion.
There's any members, any individuals in the room who would like to make public comment, please approach the podium. Members of the online community, please raise your hand using the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one approaching the podium and no hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment if you could call the roll.
Calling the vote. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Wolf, absent. 9 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the complaint hearing agenda, which is going to be items number 10 through 14. We'll call each of these individually and start with item number 10.
Item number 10, file number 21145. Complaint filed by Maria Schulman against Sarah Maunder and the Department of Police Accountability for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner. On October 18, 2022, the Complaint Committee found that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction that the requested records are public and referred the matter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for a hearing regarding timeliness of records production.
Okay, so members, this is one of the items that we brought up at the beginning of the meeting. Ms. Schulman has had multiple files open with the task force for quite some time. Our administrators have spent a significant amount of time trying to get Ms. Schulman to appear for meetings. She asked them to be held for multiple months. In May of 2024, and I think everyone should have these attachments as a hard copy with them. On May 23rd, 2024, the administrator summarized basically everything, all the open files, talked about why these need to get, moving, that we need to get them scheduled. Ms. Schulman responded quite quickly and said that she expects to be available to attend these meetings again starting in September. Please schedule file 21145 and 22070 for that time, but not for the same meeting because the meetings are already way too long. That was starting in September that she said. So we did exactly what she requested. After doing so, after receiving notices and everything, then September 30th, which was just 2 days ago, she said that, Friday the 27th of September, she said she would be unable to attend the meeting. This was after the agenda was already posted online. So with no reasoning attached. So we've had, as I mentioned, significant issues getting these scheduled for Ms. Schulman. My suggestion for everyone, but I wanted to get buy-in before we proceeded down that road, would that we be closing this pursuant to Complaint Procedure 7B, but I would add something or suggest we add something to any motion that that the task force does not permit the reopening of this file, since I think we've made significant efforts at this point to have it heard, only to have it canceled at the very last minute. So that's where I'm at. I don't know if anyone has thoughts. Member Kumar.
Upon reading this, it sort of gave me the impression that we have already gone out of our way for this petitioner, and I feel that we should have like a record, something in place, like a guardrail where we say, okay, we will do three reschedules, or we do 3 follow-ups, or like 4 follow-ups, but that's it. Like if you don't turn up for the third or the fourth time, automatically, like we don't even discuss it. It automatically goes into like it doesn't even come up again. Like I think we should have something like that in place so that a lot of the petitioners understand that if they are really sincere about their complaints being heard, they do turn up, because we can't always, because this will just extend our backlog and just,
right. And that's an excellent point. And to that point, our procedures allow after 6 months that the administrator can bring them all before us we can just close them en masse. And that, I believe, is the plan right now. The clock started ticking in May when that was sent out. And so I believe at our December meeting, we're going to do just that and bring them all and say, you know what, we've tried, and we're going to give authority to close them. This one obviously is ahead of that. So we're going to have to deal with this one first. And I think we're going to do exactly what you suggest afterwards. Member Schmidt.
And I will just add that this matter did come from our committee, and I feel comfortable with the chair's proposal, partly because I really didn't see that we were looking at any kind of significant, if any, violation here. The police, the Department of Police Accountability, it just really doesn't look like they did much of anything wrong, and they did get a lot of documents over to the claimant. So I'm comfortable with your move.
Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, I would reinforce that. This was during the mayor's proclamation. The documents were very minimally beyond like what we would say, is late. And it was during the proclamation that kind of suspended those time limits anyway. And all the documents have been provided here. So I don't see this as a really, critical case.
Member Popel?
I don't want to speak to the larger issue of how we're dealing with the other Schulman cases, but at least for this one, I'm certainly with you. What is the appropriate motion that someone is moving?
I was going to, I have not yet, but I was going to suggest that we move to close pursuant to Complaint Procedure 7B and also, I don't know, direct the administrator or express a sense to the task force that this specific file not be reopened.
Okay, so it's like,
Essentially what we're doing is
it's like a dismissal with prejudice.
we're closing it with prejudice versus oftentimes we
Similar.
send it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, not that we're, just if we were. Okay. I'm just thinking about how that plays out. So just to state that it is not the task force's intention to reopen the matter, period.
Right. What I want to prevent happening is if Ms. Schulman requests and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't make, but I still want you to keep it open," that Administrator Peterson already knows that we've agreed that we're not going to allow this to be reopened. So she doesn't have to come back and ask again. Like we talked about earlier in the meeting, our complaint procedures allows us to not reopen files. And I think this is when we need to go on record and say we're not reopening. So the administrator has clear instruction that that's what the answer is.
I'm good with that.
If you are
This is-
making that motion, I second it.
Okay. So
Clarification on the language, please. So
okay. So I will move.
saying that it's closed with prejudice, we're being specific about it shall not be reopened?
Yes, I would say so.
For that?
Right. So I would say that we will close the file pursuant to complaint procedure 7B and further instruct the administrator not to reopen the file. Like this keep it simple. Member Highland?
That choice is to the chair, right?
It's no, it's either the task force or the chair can reopen a file. So okay.
You could also say the chair has instructed this file not be reopened again, period.
Since we're all here,
but it's also.
I think it's even more important that we get a sense of the entire task force behind it. So it's not, it's stronger. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not just me. It's all of us that want this.
I would second that as stated.
Okay. And you know what, real briefly, just in case someone from Police Accountability happens to be here, I would go ahead and let them speak. I don't know if they're here. I'm
Oh,
assuming.
yeah. Are they? I was going to ask that.
I mean, I know they got something from Ms. Schulman. They were on this, but in case they wanted to, address us, I want to give them the opportunity.
Members of the public or the online community?
No. Before we move to public comment, anyone specific from
Or is
from the
Ms.
police-
Monder online?
the respondent, anyone from the respondent side? I want to just give them the opportunity, if they wanted to address us, to do so.
There's no one in the room
Okay, no one.
And online? Okay.
or online.
So I just want to state
Okay.
on the record, I appreciate Ms. Monder's efforts to act as a respondent. I think she's been helpful on this and other matters, and I appreciate her diligence.
Okay, now we can go ahead and open up to public comment if there is any.
Members of the public or in the online community, if you'd like to make public comment, please approach the podium or raise your hand in the app using *3 or through the app. One moment, please. We have no hands raised.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment and do the roll call on that.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf absent. 9 ayes, motion passes.
Okay. You go ahead and move on to item number 11.
Item number 11, file number 24021. Complaint filed by Matthew Lataki against the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On May 28, 2024, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee found that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the full task force for discussion and action. The committee requested that the task force deputy city attorney provide an analysis of the case law cited in this matter regarding Government Code Section 7923.600 sub A, Administrative Code Section 67.24 sub D as in dog, and Administrative Code Section 19 sub B as in boy in relation to the Sunshine Ordinance. In addition, the task force requested that the deputy city attorney examine the data resulting from automated license plate recognition cameras and whether that data will be subject to public disclosure. The committee recommended that the task force chair not schedule this matter until the deputy city attorney's analysis memo is received.
Okay, thank you. And let's see if the parties are here, and then I'll turn it over to Member Highland to give us a quick summary on this one.
Yes. So I'll give a quick, or do you want to check party?
Yeah, let's check for parties first.
We have Mr. Lataki in the room.
Okay, thank you for joining us.
We have Lieutenant Chris Beauchamp as a panelist.
Okay. And I'll turn it over to Member Highland to give us a summary.
Okay. Yeah, this was a pretty interesting case, and I think it deemed some analysis by our DCA, who, as you can see, provided us a very detailed look into this. And I think the case only called for the map of the ALPR cameras, but I went a step further and I asked them to look into future data collected by these ALPR systems. ALPR systems are automated license plate reading systems, for those who don't know what the acronym is. So I figured this is something we're gonna be looking at down the road. Not just this, but drone footage, all that kind of stuff that's on the horizon. It's coming. So I think it was seminal to have a little bit of analysis at this stage to kind of shape our deliberations for this and future cases. That said, I'll turn it back to the chair.
Okay. So the way this will work, if Mr. Latke, if you want to come up here to the podium, you will have 5 minutes to present your case. Then the respondent will have 5 minutes to address us. We may ask you some questions, and then each side will get 3 minutes for a rebuttal. Before you begin, do you have any other witnesses that will be presenting, or just you today? Okay, great. All right, so Administrator Peterson will let you know when your 5 minutes can begin. Oh, you'll need the microphone too.
Chair Yankee, just a reminder that we do have a privileged memo in front of us.
Yes. Oh, that's a good point. So members, it should be distributed. Everyone should have seen it. It's a manila envelope in front of you, and it was also distributed electronically. This is the advice from the DCA that was requested by the committee. When we get to our deliberations, please be very careful not to disclose specific parts of this in our discussion. We use it to inform our motion, but we shouldn't be disclosing what's in the memo to in public. And as a reminder, the parties also did not get a copy. This just went to the task force members. So, all right. That being said, I think we're ready. So, Administrator Peterson, I'll let you know. Let Mr. Loddick know when he could begin.
Are you ready for your 5 minutes to begin?
Yes.
Your 5 minutes begins now.
Good evening to the task force. Over the past few years, I've become concerned with the proliferation of automatic license plate reader cameras being installed in cities and counties across the Bay Area. These cameras record the license plate of every vehicle that drives by. In some cities, this data is uploaded to regional fusion centers where local, state, and federal agencies can access this data, all without a warrant. Retention of this data is anywhere between 30 days and 5 years, regardless of any involvement in criminal activity. Needless to say, these cameras pose serious privacy risks and prompt Fourth Amendment questions. Our city understands that transparency around law enforcement surveillance is paramount. Our Surveillance Technology Ordinance, Section 19B, is one of the most comprehensive police transparency ordinances in the country, requiring departments to document the use and limits of its surveillance technology. In March of this year, the San Francisco Police Department began installing 400 of these cameras throughout the city. I submitted a public records request seeking the location of these cameras so that I could evaluate the privacy impact that they would have on me. The police department has withheld the locations of these cameras, citing Government Code Section 7923.600A, known colloquially as the law enforcement exemption. However, despite its name, it does not apply to all records simply involving law enforcement, but rather only records that fit narrow exemptions. A map showing the location of these cameras does not fall under the law enforcement exemption. The police department initially claimed that the location of the cameras are records of, quote, security and intelligence information, end quote. Upon my rebuttal, they now state that the locations are security files. I remain unpersuaded. Our state constitution prescribes that the California Public Record Act and the Sunshine Ordinance be construed in favor of the people's right to access government records. Firstly, the California Supreme Court has held that the very data that these cameras produce is not exempt under the same law enforcement exemption that the city relies on here. If the data these cameras produce are not law enforcement records, then surely the location of the cameras that produce these records are not. Secondly, the police department admits that these cameras are in plain view and are not concealed. These cameras are being touted publicly as a crime-fighting tool. There is no notion of confidentiality with these cameras, which is crucial for a record to be considered intelligence information. To show my point, page 31 of this item's packet shows a map and list of all the ALPR cameras in the city that I have been able to locate. Currently, I have over 92. Other Bay Area cities, such as Monterey, Foster City, Woodside, and Fremont, have all publicly posted online the location of their ALPR cameras. Lastly, the location of these cameras are not a security file, both because they're not part of any file, and also because the cameras are not installed as a general security measure, but rather an investigative tool. The previous committee found that the records are public. I urge the full task force to find that the records are not exempt, that a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance has occurred, and to order the release of the records. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Mr. Peterson, we go ahead and move to the respondent when you're ready.
Lieutenant Beauchamp, are you ready for your 5 minutes? 5 minutes to begin.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible to make it a little louder, please?
You can turn up Lieutenant Beauchamp's microphone, the audio.
1 moment.
Turn the AC off.
Check the Crestron screen for the volume. Your left.
Checking. See runtime. Mr. Young, looking for the volume on the Crestron screen for the runtimes? Is it elsewhere?
I cannot really tell you specifically, but if it's anywhere, it'll be on the Crestron screen.
Can I ask Mr. Notaki a quick question?
Well, we're no.
No. Right.
I don't think it's fair before we go.
That's fine.
I have a question. Stay tuned.
Mr. Beauchamp, if you could speak up when you are ready to begin.
Sure. Can you hear me
That
now?
would be great. That is better.
Much
Thank
better.
you. All right. Your 5 minutes begins now.
Good evening, task force members. I'll try to keep this brief. The San Francisco Police Department stands by its citing of Government Code Section 7923-600, stating that investigatory or security files in which we define these ALPR map of the cameras being is exempt from public record. We believe that by releasing the map of the locations, that it would lead to the defeat of the purpose of the cameras in and of themselves. We've determined that securing the evidence and investigative techniques make such investigations possible, and that they are clearly exempt in the cases that we cited in our response to Mr. Lataki on April 2nd of this year. While some cameras may be publicly available and visible, other cameras, from my understanding, have not been put in such public places. I also, in my understanding, in reviewing other law enforcement agencies, some law enforcement agencies do reveal generalized locations, while others fully fall under the exemption of the 7923-600A. It appears that the case from the ACLU with the Superior Court has not been decided upon by the Supreme Court in one way or the other. So our determination under consultation with our city attorney is that until the Supreme Court makes a definitive decision on whether or not this exemption applies, that the San Francisco Police Department can continue to use said exemption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, do we have questions? I know Member Pelpel did have a question for Mr. Lottie.
Yes. So just a very quick, simple question to Mr. Lotaki. Page 13 of the packet, you had a petition to the city attorney's office through the supervisor of records process, and I'm just wondering if you can tell us the status of that, if they have responded and made a determination on that petition.
Yes, Member Pilbel. So after many months of waiting, they informed me that they do not believe the departments have withheld documents or have not improperly withheld documents and did not cite any reasoning.
So it was an answer, but it wasn't
they said it was, our investigation reveals that the department has not improperly withheld documents in violation of Sunshine Ordinance. The materials you requested are exempt from disclosure under California Government Code 7923-600A and California Evidence Code Section 1040, which is related to a petition that was combined.
Okay, so that was their determination. All right.
Yep.
Not binding on us, but informative. Thanks.
Member Schmidt, I think you have a question.
Yes. Question for the respondent first. You just mentioned an ACLU case. Could you clarify what case that is you're referring to? I know that in this case, we have reference to a 2017 ACLU case at the California Supreme Court, but you must be talking about a different ACLU case. What is that?
Are you referring to ACLU versus Superior Court from 2017?
Yes. And you just said something about a different ACLU, either that one or a different ACLU case.
Oh, no, that was the case I was referring to.
Okay. So are you saying that we should not use that case unless it came back up to the Supreme Court again? I'm not quite sure what you're telling us you're waiting for in terms of a definitive Supreme Court decision.
So in consultation with legal advice from internal and from the city attorney's office, my understanding of the decision on that case is that part of it was remanded back down to lower courts, and the Supreme Court only made limited decisions based upon the underlying facts of the case.
Okay. So you're saying that what it did decide is good law, but what it sent back down and did not decide, of course, is something that if it's not on record, it's not law that's binding on you. That's what you're saying, which makes sense to me. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I have a question for Mr. Lataki. These readers, can you just, I just want to make sure that I understand these readers just record the fact that a license plate is observed at a location, correct? They don't identify violations of traffic law, correct?
That's correct, Member Schmidt.
Okay. And you said something that I'm not quite sure I understand about transportation surveillance ordinance, or you said something about an ordinance in your presentation, and I just want to, I'm not quite sure if I know what that is.
Yes, so that is the surveillance technology ordinance. Section 19B requires departments, generally speaking, to document their use of surveillance tools and technologies and implement policies around them.
Okay, so you're saying that require the way that would apply here is that the department would have to document the fact that it has these cameras in place.
Right. And the department does have a policy, which actually was one of the records they did release in this request.
Okay.
It does not, that policy does not state the location of the cameras.
Okay. And the ordinance doesn't say anything about any additional, say, right that you would have to get access to that information, correct?
Right. The ordinance does have a private right of action for people that think that it has not been upheld, but there's no specific language to suggest that under Section 19B specifically that the locations should be divulged under that.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay. Any other questions, or should we move to rebuttals? I'm not seeing any other hands. Let's go ahead and move to rebuttals. So start with Lieutenant Beauchamp. He'll have 3 minutes, and then petitioner will have 3 minutes.
This is Lieutenant Beauchamp. I submit on the facts.
Okay. Mr. Ladaki, did you have any rebuttal to give us?
Yes.
You have up to 3 minutes. Okay, give us 1 sec to set the clock.
3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and say that the police department has cited reasons why they do not wish the location of these cameras be public, but they have not actually cited the catch-all exemption of the Public Records Act. They simply ask you to acknowledge those without officially using that as a reason. And so I ask you to disregard their reasoning around the location of the cameras being public, disrupting the purpose of them. Secondly, I actually have the ACLU versus Superior Court 2017 case, the California Supreme Court's opinion, and I will quote from it. Accordingly, we hold that real parties process of ALPR scanning does not produce records of investigation because the scans are not conducted as part of a targeted inquiry into any particular crime or crimes. The scans are conducted with an expectation that the vast majority of the data collected will prove irrelevant for law enforcement purposes. There was some ongoing, it was remanded to lower courts to deal with whether anonymized data could be released. But as far as whether ALPR records are exempt under law enforcement exemption, the California Supreme Court has squarely said that they are not exempt under the law enforcement exemption. And to that I submit.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, I want to proceed on this one.
Member Highland, I had a quick question for Officer Beauchamps. Have you received requests for data from ALPRs to date, and how have you handled those?
We have not received requests to date.
Okay. Just thinking out loud here, if someone were to request that, how would you handle that?
It would be based upon what the nature of the request was, what the information was that the request was asking for.
Just raw data. I mean, as it states in the Supreme Court's case that we just heard, not part of the investigative record, but just the raw data.
Well, if Mr. Lataki had kept reading, the court also states, therefore, the bulk collection of raw ALPR data is not exempt under disclosure under Section 6254F. We do not decide, however, whether an ALPR record that later becomes a part of a more targeted investigation might properly be addressed under the investigatory file exemption 6254F, which applies to certain materials that relate to the investigation. So the Supreme Court, while they said bulk collection is not exempt from disclosure, they did cite that there are situations where it would be exempt.
Or could be.
Yes, so that's why the police department is waiting for clearer guidance from either the Supreme Court or the city attorney's office on the releasability of this data and what form it can be released in.
And maybe this is, going too far down the road, but let's say you do receive direction, you do release that data. Would it release the location of the camera that collected that data?
That would be a question that we would have to seek guidance from with the city attorney.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, Member Kumar next.
This is a question for the wider task force. I'm wondering if these cameras have been used, if the data from these cameras are being used in current police investigations. Would that disrupt the availability of the data? Like, would it create an issue for the department to give out if it's part of an active police investigation? Any data from these cameras?
I can speak to the generalized form that these cameras have been used in criminal investigations.
Lieutenant Beauchamp, is data from these cameras right now part of any active criminal investigation?
I can't attest to every single investigation going on, but I am aware that it has led to arrests and prosecutions.
Okay, Member Popo.
All right. Let me say a few things and try to be concise, and I need to go soon. I acknowledge that the ALPR cameras, whether they're the police department or other departments, can have been and are an effective law enforcement tool. But I don't think that means more than just cameras take pictures and video, which is, true. I am not reaching any determination, at least on my part, about ALPR data and actual location and license plate information at this point. That's not before us. I'm also not reaching any position on how the system works and manuals and AI and systems and processes. I'm not there, and that's not before us. On the records request that I think is before us, which is either a map or a list of the locations, at this point, I am not persuaded that merely releasing that list of locations and or a map would compromise the system and diminish its effectiveness as a law enforcement tool. It seems to me like it's a facilities map. It doesn't seem to me like it is that much different from a list or map of school district facility sites or police stations or MTA speed bumps. These are, as I understand it, cameras that are mounted on poles that are publicly visible along streets. They're not enclosed inside buildings. They're not in fenced off areas. They're not in non-public locations. And for that matter, if there are those that are, perhaps the request or the response could narrow and exclude those. My understanding is that the requester was looking for those that are publicly available on our streets, were put up using public money in support of this particular law enforcement tool. For whatever other purposes the requester is seeking it, but that's my understanding. And again, I am persuaded at this point that release of just the map or the location information of where the cameras are in publicly accessible locations should be disclosable and does not, to my thinking, compromise the effectiveness of the system and is not an investigatory file, is not law enforcement information that the department should withhold. That's my feeling at this time. I can be persuaded. You know where to find me.
Member Kumar.
I think I would be more persuaded because from whatever I've read from this case and when I was on the EOTC, I feel that I would be more convinced if I have a list of data the police department is using from these cameras. It doesn't have to be very specific. It can be a list of like 5 things or 6 things that they're getting, the data they're using from these cameras, so that I get an idea as to what makes these cameras so precious that the data cannot be released. I think if I have that in place, then I'll be able to make a more informed decision because given the restraint the police department is showing in this matter, I'm a little, I think, I mean, obviously anybody can create a map online by just noting where these cameras are located. But I want to know what if I can get a breakdown of the data the police department is using. And if we see that breakdown and we come to a conclusion that it's just data that can be publicly available, then I think we can make a decision. That's just my view on this.
Through the chair. So, Member Kumar, that's an excellent point, and that's why I asked our DCA to look into that kind of stuff. But that's a great comment and line of investigation for us as a committee down the road. Maybe that's something we can get ahead of the curve and look at that. But what's in front of us today is just the map of existing cameras. So I was very curious about that too, which is why I asked for the analysis. And I think that has actually become a more interesting question for us down the road than the particular map. On that note, I will say I think it's reasonable at this point. The argument they made about the map, the people, the technicians putting up the cameras, servicing the cameras, and making it so easy that map becomes public knowledge that those cameras can be noted, damaged, removed, whatnot. So at this point, counter to Member Pilpel, I am persuaded that based on this request alone, I think these do qualify as security records or security procedures. And I'm going to stay on that side of the line, as far as what's immediately in front of us right now this evening. Thank you.
Member Anderson and Member LaHood.
Okay, where I stand on this, I find it questionable when a department is gathering data on all the cities all the citizens within the city, that it should be this difficult for the citizens of that city to learn where these tools are being used, not so much to circumvent them or destroy them, but just to understand exactly what's going on as far as the invasion of their privacy. I also question, based on past experiences of citizens in the city of San Francisco, whether or not these licensed readers are placed in communities where the majority of the residents are Black or brown. I'd like to know whether or not that's going on. And we should know whether or not that's going on. If none of them are in Pacific Heights, then we ought to know. And so I am not persuaded that you need to gather data on everybody in the city, if that's what's happening. And then say, well, I'm just waiting because we may use it in a criminal investigation. If you do, out of a city of, what do we got now, 100,000 people, 1 million people, and you do 50 investigations, then that's not compelling as far as why you would not release the data. That's my opinion.
Okay, Member LaHood and then Member Sugarman.
I'm just going to say, I just like everything Member Anderson said, and I don't need to add anything to it. So,
okay, Member Sugarman, go ahead.
So I think it's common for these departments to say that it's for an investigation of some sort, not for better or worse. I guess my question is, and it's not to any of the parties appearing before us, but from what I heard, I thought that there was a discussion from the police department about some of these, because what Member Pilpel said about them being publicly seen and available and on posts, but the police department seemed to say that there were also other ones that were potentially elsewhere. So that's kind of like where my question is this about like a map of locations of cameras that are publicly seen and are on poles that we can all see, or is it a map of cameras that we potentially don't know about?
Do you want to ask Lieutenant Beauchamp?
Okay, well, I posed that question to Lieutenant Beauchamp.
Yes, sir. So I am not privy to the location of all the cameras, and to Mr. Lataki's point, we are installing new ones. I don't know exactly how frequently. I am aware that the idea was not to put them all on publicly available areas. I don't know if that's been followed up on, and it's also going to be a continually educated installation of these cameras into locations that provide the most police information that is necessary for investigations while minimizing the areas where they would be unhelpful for police investigations. So a long roundabout answer to get to your point. I am not privy to exactly where the locations are, but I am aware that private locations were also considered as potentially being installation locations.
So I just want to add one point to Member Anderson that I agree about that this should be something that's made available. I mean, it seems as though it's something that should be made available. I'm personally struggling with what the rules are about that. If even though it should, it does seem like it should.
Member Schmidt?
Okay, I'm going to do two things here. First, a question came up to Lieutenant Beauchamp. Could you tell us how many of these cameras are currently in place and operative right now?
I am not privy to the exact number, but I can definitely find out for you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the second thing is I want to just say a few things about the law here, because I think it's probably, this does come down to the legal analysis and some of the terminology that's involved. I do believe that the memo, we got a memo as a task force, and I think it's actually, even though there are some things that I want to add to what it gives us, I think it's a pretty good memo, and it does get close to where I think we should be here. And it's probably the best thing I've seen that's been most helpful from any of the people that we've had over the years that I've done the task force work. This is the most thoughtful thing I think I've seen yet. The second point I have, it's a small point, but I believe that under state law, the kind of records we're talking about here, I believe that the police department can either choose to produce or not produce, but it's a discretionary thing. And so this is not, I believe, an area where, and there are areas where the police department would need to assert that they're required to not give this up. And however that fits into our analysis, I just wanted to note that. Now, there's two primary legal questions here. The first one comes down to basically the use of the word investigation, and the second one comes down to the use of the word security. I'm going to just briefly say that I think that in terms of the question of investigative, whether this is covered by the exemption for investigation, the law that I have seen, and it is contained in the primarily the ACLU case as it was before the Supreme Court, it seems like the court is trying to make a distinction between situations involving focusing on particular individuals, focusing on particular situations, focusing on particular crimes, versus the idea of bulk data collection, random information that may involve a smattering of things that are of interest to the police, but that case made a distinction, and the bulk, the random kind of information, the case did decide that that's not considered investigative. And I'm convinced. So that's the first term. The second term, security, I think is really the hardest question for me. And I was trying to find out by looking at, there's this 1979 case, the Northern California Consortium against Craig. It does confirm that term security would exempt certain records, and that case involved highway patrol training records for its officers. The thing that concerns me is the word security, because that word, the more and more I think about it, the less and less I understand what exactly that means here. I think that there's one meaning which goes to, are we talking about the security of the officers? Are we talking about the security of the office itself? I think that there is a protection for security and safety procedures of CHP officers, of police officers, their safety, the internal security of their office, such as like internet security. I think that's definitely covered here. But it concerns me that the word security can then easily be used in a much broader sense to talk about public security and somehow apply to like, oh, police officers, their job is about security. Because I think that interpretation is impossible to limit, and it would eliminate just about all types of records that the police department or the sheriff's department maintains. So I don't think the second reading is viable. I think that this really has to do with the security of the security of these police and sheriff agencies. And therefore, I believe that if we look at this specific request, I don't think that disclosing these records would have any impact on the security of police officers, the security of sheriffs, et cetera. And so I would lean towards saying that that security exemption does not apply. So that's my legal analysis of this case.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Anyone else have thoughts? Or if not, I think maybe we could get to a motion and see where things land.
Yeah, and if I could vote before I leave, that would be fantastic.
Did you want to make a motion then, Member Popel?
No, not yet. I was actually just going to ask Mr. Lataki if the police department either confirmed your list or gave a more specific reason. If they were able to confirm the publicly accessible locations and either provide a more specific reason for non-disclosure, either on private property or in weird camera locations, that they've got some good basis, that they could articulate a basis for non-disclosure, would that, if not completely satisfy, go some distance to your concern? I mean, if they could make some kind of specific showing rather than a generalized, we don't want to tell anybody anything, but, you know, we've got some locations out the market that we don't want to talk about, you know, and that's not more than 10 or something, but yeah, you got the 190 and that's about right. If there was some kind of communication like that, would that help?
So I think if there was a situation where the police department decided, oh, we believe that there is a criminal that lives in a specific place, and we want to put 2 cameras right outside their house specifically to capture, as part of an ongoing investigation towards target individuals, then yes, I will, without really giving it away, sure. But as far as
It's not perfect, but it's
yeah, but I mean, so in the SFED's own words, while individual AL cameras will be visible from the street and not concealed. So I mean, all the cameras, to my understanding, maybe the police department has floated the idea of cameras located on private property, but I would say any camera that faces the public view, because I think that's actually more important. It's where does it face? If it faces public view and was not put in place for a specific investigation, I would think those would be the cameras I'm interested in. But yes, if there was a small number of cameras that there was an individualized showing, we can obviously go from there. I would.
Lieutenant Beauchamp, you're hearing this.
Yes, I am. I would make the point that all these cameras are public facing. There's no point in surveilling private businesses.
Got it.
Okay, do we have,
If someone can form a motion, I'm happy to vote quickly.
we could get a motion here on the floor?
Why don't you articulate it? You can articulate the motion.
You can start and we can.
Okay. I move that we find,
Could you speak up, please?
sure, I move that we find on behalf of the applicant that the record should be released pursuant to 67-21, that they are public records and should be released. And I take any friendly amendments.
What if we, to work out, what if we say, just for all the parts of the motion, we say that the find a violation of 67-21,
Yes,
that the records, for failing to provide the requested records, that the task force orders that the records be produced, and that it was referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for follow-up.
exactly what you said.
Okay, so, okay, so since you're agreeable, what we'll say is moved by Member Anderson to find a violation of 67-21 for failing to provide the requested records, to order the police department to provide the requested records, and to send the file to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for follow-up.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Anderson, seconded by Member Schmidt.
And to forward the documents to the,
So it's to find violation, to order the production of the records, and to send to Compliance and Amendments for follow-up.
Meaning send the case,
The
not
case, the file,
record.
not the records themselves, yeah.
moved by Member Anderson, chaired by.
Seconded by Member Schmidt.
Schmidt?
Yeah.
Was that,
Sorry, I'm looking at our motion flow chart, which often asks that we start with finding these are public records under our jurisdiction. So I wonder if we.
I think you're looking at the one
Committee.
for the committee.
Oh,
Yeah, it hasn't been
Okay,
rolled out.
never mind.
Flowchart hasn't been rolled out to the full task force yet.
I would just say, yes, I will vote for this. I'm with it. I was going to suggest a violation of 67.24D that the department, in our opinion, wrongly asserted that, but I can live without that. I think 67.21 is fine. And, we would see if this passes and gets to committee, if the department responds that they've got some other overriding finagling, whatever. This sets, I'm with the motion.
Okay,
Let's
let's call,
let's
okay.
take
Okay, is
public
there any public comment?
Yeah.
Individuals who are in the room who would like to make public comment, please approach the podium if you have public comment. Members of the online community, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one approaching the podium, no one in the online community.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do take the vote on that.
Taking the vote, Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
I'm totally convinced it's an aye.
Would you repeat that, please?
It's an aye.
It's an aye. Member Highland.
No.
Member Highland, no. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Wolf, absent. 9 ayes, motion passes.
No.
8-1.
Eight ayes. Member Highland.
8 ayes, 1 no,
One absent.
1 absent.
Okay, there we go.
Motion passes.
Okay. Are there any additional motions? Not seeing any hands. Okay. This case is ended for now. Thank you very much to both the petitioner and the respondent for joining us.
Thank you.
Can I be noted absent at 6:15?
Yes, well, no, member Pilpel absent at 6:15. It's been a little over 2 hours since we started. So let's take a 10-minute recess.
See you all.
Member
see you all
Sugarman's
next
point that
year.
we need frequent enough
The
breaks.
Jewish It starts tonight, like in 15 minutes. So I gotta.
Turning the mics off.
Okay.
And
Right.
should,
Microphones are on.
Okay, microphones are on. We're going to resume the meeting here.
Resuming the meeting at 6:28 p.m.
Okay, and for the record, all the members are here except for member Pilpel, who we already noted absent at, was it 6:15? 6:15. Okay. So I think we're ready to call item number 12.
Item number 12. File number 24037, complaint filed by Richard Hilton against the Police Department for allegedly violating the Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 by failing to respond to records in a timely and/or complete manner. On July 16, 2024, the Complaint Committee found that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the required records are public, and referred the matter for a hearing before the full task force with a recommendation for a timeliness violation and a possible violation for full production of the records. The Complaint Committee recommended that within 10 business days, Sergeant Walter Ware email screenshots of the portal to complainant to show that the requested data has been provided.
Okay, so members, this is another one of those cases where the petitioner said he's not going to show up. This should also, everyone should have a hard copy of this. If they want to turn to page 3 in bold there, it says, I do not plan to be a participant in your planned charade. So this is not one where the petitioner just couldn't make it because of something. I'm not exactly sure what prompts people to file cases. We go through half of the process and then suddenly they no longer want to do this, but yet still want to write a lot of emails about it. Nonetheless, I would suggest, as in the last one, that if he's I don't believe he's here, he's not online, right? Mr. Hilton?
He's not.
Okay.
He is not.
So he's obviously had no last minute change of heart on this one. I think this is another one that we close pursuant to 7B. And I think we also, as with the last one, note that this is not one that we're going to reopen because I don't think it's fair to go through this process and have someone flip flop and take everyone's time up. So I think if we close it, we close it. That's my thoughts. Member Kumar?
I would say we close it with a comment saying that we did follow due process for everything, and the petitioner themselves didn't want to turn up, like something on those lines. Because if we don't have a comment, it seems like the way it ends is like it shows that we didn't do our job, and that's not really true. I mean, if the website sucks, that's a different IT issue. It doesn't. I mean, that yeah. I would say we should leave a comment for this case if we close it.
Sure. Any other thoughts? I don't know if the police department is still here. If they wanted to address this briefly, they're welcome to do so before we.
Lieutenant Beauchamp, would you like to comment?
Only for the record that I would like to apologize to Sergeant Ware, Mr. Campbell, Ms. Peterson, and the entire task force for the various vitriol provided by the requester. And I apologize that you had to go through that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, all right. So I'll do this. I will make a motion that the task force close file 24037 pursuant to complaint procedure 7B, that the task force followed the appropriate procedures in scheduling this file for a hearing, and further direct the administrator not to reopen the file.
Chair, I would also like to bring up this thing that we have rules in place for the members of this committee being respectful of each other. We should have the same. We should iterate the same for petitioners, because Patricia and everybody, they're doing such a hard job, and they're working so hard, and I think they should be appreciated for their work, and there can be a respectful way of closing a matter or being respectful towards the committee. I think we should iterate that for the petitioners as well.
Noted. Thank you. Okay, so that's my motion. Do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, so seconded by Member Anderson. Any comments, members, on the motion? Not seeing any. Okay, is there any public comment on that motion?
Anyone in the room wishing to make public comment on item 12, file 24037, please approach the podium at this time. In addition, if there are members of the online community who would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at the app or press *3 on your telephone. We have no one in the room approaching the podium and no online individuals with their hand raised.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment and take a vote on it.
Taking the vote on item 12, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
I'm not going to take it personally that you stop every time you come to my name, but aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf. Member Wolf, absent. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. 2 absent. 8 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. And to Member Kumar's point, as always, thank you to our administrator and everyone involved. Even to the, obviously this extends to the city respondents. We do recognize that not everyone, deals with themselves in a professional way, and we appreciate everyone who comes here, and so thank you for taking your time out, even if some of the correspondence you receive at times does not seem to express that. Okay, let's move on to item number 13.
Item number 13. File number 24041, complaint filed by Rosa L. against David Chu and the City Attorney's Office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On September 17, 2024, the Complaint Committee found that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the full task force with a recommendation to find that there are no violations with respect to this request. The committee noted that while it appears that no responsive records exist, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force should consider whether the retention policy of the City Attorney's Office comports with the letter or spirit of the California Public Records Act or the Sunshine Ordinance. The committee also noted that Ms. Quart stated that she will provide a copy of the City Attorney's Office records retention policy.
Okay.
One moment, please. We had Ms. Quart in the room. And she is not present. Oh, Ms. Quart?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us in person. And do we have Rosa L., I'm assuming, online?
Rosa L. will be promoted to a panelist in
Okay.
just a moment.
And this was recently heard by the complaint committee. So briefly, I don't know if Member Schmidt, you have something to brief us on this one?
Yeah, this and the next case certainly have some very important reference to potentially deleted, destroyed things like texts, other kinds of electronic communication, and retention policies. This case, I think factually, this case is a lot more contracted in that the request was for the city attorney himself, David Chu, and his communications that went to the mayor's office. And the response was, well, that's not how it works. He doesn't send these to the mayor. And in a way, that is a lot more potentially believable, I guess, than another type of case where maybe someone is asked for all their communications of any kind electronically, and they say, well, either they don't exist, they never existed, or I destroyed them. So our recommendation was that the response was there, we produced everything because nothing exists, but we did ask for the policy. And I think that is in itself something that we have to, well, we don't have to, I take that back, but we may want to be looking at. And they did give us a policy, and thank you. I think that's a very helpful thing, and I'll have a couple of things I want to say about that. Members of the committee, what did I miss?
Yeah, I mean, I think in this particular case, we didn't see a violation per se, but we felt like this was.
Could you use the microphone?
In this particular case, we didn't necessarily see a violation per se, but we thought there was this in the next case, this interesting, issue that came up that we just thought the task force should be aware of and might want to look at, which was this issue of, record retention policies and how they might conflict in some ways with what we think we're doing on the Sunshine Task Force. And, so for me, both of these cases kind of raise this question about, should there be record retention policies that aim to destroy records that don't even have a storage cost? If we're talking about something like text messages, email messages, I understand, but text messages, I'm a little more skeptical of. But because there's this kind of fine nuance between policies around what can be deleted or what can be destroyed or what needs to be retained, and then what records that applies to, and then our understanding of what access we need to give to public records and what we understand public records to be. We just thought it was something that the task force as a whole should just be aware of, that there is this kind of conflict that's happening between retention policies and access policies, just in terms of how public records are being understood, and think about what that means for the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, so I think we're going to start with the presentations. We'll start with Rosa L, 5 minutes. Rosa L, do you have any other witnesses that you'll be, having testify as well, or is it just you?
It's just me. I did want to ask that since items 13 and 14 are so closely related, whether the board would be okay, the task force would be okay with me combining kind of my opening comments to talking about both of them and extending my speaking time to closer to 8 to 10 minutes.
I guess I'm not clear what you're asking. Are you asking that we
one statement for both cases?
Are you only going to give? Are you going to do like essentially? Are you asking for 10 minutes on this one, and then when we call the second case, you're not going to speak at all?
Correct, or at least for the introductory comment.
Oh,
Chair Yankee, we can call both items to be heard together if you like.
Let me check with the complaint committee here, Victor. What do you guys seen it before me?
I just remember that we put them separately on the agenda because we thought that even though they were related issues, that they had separate nuances to them.
And I think that would be important for the respondents to have their full say, but I'm okay personally, if it's possible, to just have one opening comment being made where Rosa L is addressing, both cases.
Well, since we have the respondents, since we have both respondents here, are there any objections if Rosa L speaks 10 minutes on this case and then does not have a 5-minute presentation for the next one? Do we have any objections to that?
For my part, I don't have any objections to the timing piece. I just want to make sure that, this request in mind was quite narrow. And so I just don't want all the issues to be conflated across claims, basically, or cross complaints.
Understood.
So there are similarities, but they are different as well. I don't know. Hey.
Mr. Heckel, would you have any objection to what Rosa L is proposing? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff.
I just had a comment. I'm a bit skeptical about this because this might set a precedent for like other petitioners if they have like cases one after the other, say like 3 cases, one after the other, where they combine. So I would just say maybe it's better to just not change the timing and keep it 5 minutes for each. If Rosael has less things to say, then she can say less things in the next one. But that would mean I'm just skeptical about this.
Through the chair, Member Highland, I think unless we decide to combine them, we should keep it separate. Unless we decide to combine them, in other words, the chair decides to combine them, they should probably go as independent.
Should we vote on it?
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'll let Rosa L in this one instance have the 10 minutes since there's no objections from either parties. And it seems like it might kind of launch us and we can get to the next one more easily as well. It doesn't mean this is some type of new precedent. Absent, if any of you want to stop me, feel free to, we could vote on it, but I'll permit it in this case. So what's going to happen is Rosa L, you'll have 10 minutes to present on this case. Ms. Quart will have her 5 minutes. We'll ask questions. You'll each get a 3-minute rebuttal. Then we get to the next case. Rosa L, you will not have 5 minutes, but Mr. Heckel will have 5 minutes for a presentation, and you'll each, as usual, get the 3 minutes. So no one's getting any more or less time than usual. It's just how it's divvied up. And we all are under this understanding where Rosa L may be talking about certain points that for some reason she feels apply to both, that we're very narrowly, we're not hearing both cases together. We're only going to be deciding the issues regarding 240, 241, which is right before us now. So that's how we'll go forward. So 10 minutes for Rosa L, and then we'll get you to Friday. All right.
All right, Rosa L, are you ready for your 10 minutes to begin?
I am.
Your 10 minutes begins now.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the accommodation. I was worried about not being able to provide enough background within 5 minutes for each case, so this will help. So yeah, I'm gonna first provide some background, then explain why I believe that the mayor's office and city attorney's office have violated the Sunshine Ordinance and generally, I believe, responded inappropriately. And then I'd like to share why or what I'd like to see the Sunshine Task Force specifically do in response. So first, some background. In 2020, I publicized public records showing that the mayor used text messages to coordinate homeless sweeps with the chief of police. These texts were released by the mayor's office to me, or sorry, to another requester, and I publicized them because they were about city business. So the city considered them public record. Specifically, they showed this coordinated homelessness response effort. And these texts were subsequently covered by every major newspaper in the city, including the San Francisco Chronicle, because many people believed it was an inappropriate way to address homelessness. So in other words, there was public interest in this matter. I believe that this case exemplified why public records law is critical. It showed how our elected officials conduct business, and it allowed the public to respond to and critique those methods. And that's why we're here, right? This is a basic value of democracy. So up until that point in 2020, I was able to obtain text messages from city departments, including the mayor. After that, I was unable to. And so that's why I provide that history. I became very concerned that it seemed like I was now unable to obtain text messages. And, I made the assumption that it was because the mayor the city had received bad press and stopped texting. Obviously, I do not know why. Later on, I sent requests to a variety of agencies as well as the mayor's office. And as you see in the record before you, the Department of Public Works had copies of text messages sent to and from the mayor, but the mayor's office did not have those. And at the last the complaints committee hearing, the mayor's office confirmed that that she deletes her text messages. The city attorney's office mentioned that they the city attorney recalls having text messages with the mayor, but they did not speak to what happened to those text messages. Just as a final piece of background, I submitted a public records request every day since the last complaints committee asking for the mayor's latest text message, and her office has stated that there are none. So I just want to confirm that this is not an issue of, you know, a retention lasting 1 or 2 weeks. It seems like there just aren't any ever. So that's the background. I just wanted to move on to highlight the problem. So the issue here is that public records law considers text messages, chat messages, etc., about city business to be public record, but several city departments, including the mayor's office, does not consider these public record that need to be retained. Same with the city attorney. So this is a contradiction that I believe must be addressed if the Sunshine Task Force and San Francisco in general wants the Sunshine Ordinance and California Public Records Act to have any significance whatsoever. If city agencies do not retain public records, then they are not public records, right? They're nothing at all. They don't exist. And I'm not alone in this concern. According to a September 16th article in Mission Local, which everyone should have a copy of, all 6 legal experts that Mission Local talked to about this specific case, about the mayor's specific case, stated that the mayor's behavior was a problem, and 5 of them believed that the mayor's actions were flatly illegal. Quote, the mayor's compliance officer is wrong. That's from Carl Olson, who argued the 2017 case in front of the California Supreme Court about text messages being subject to public record. Mr. Olson wrote an op-ed about this as well, titled, Why Does London Breed Keep Illegally Deleting Her Text Messages? Every time San Francisco mayor hits delete on her texts, she does democracy a disservice. Susan Seeger from the First Amendment, law professor at UC Irvine and a First Amendment expert, stated, quote, if Mayor Breed's texts were about government business and less than 2 years old, it would be illegal for her to delete them. Happy to state some laws about that, but just for the sake of moving on, you'll hear, I think both offices say, okay, but our retention policy, which is from, you know, the Roosevelt era or, you know, the 90s or some many years ago, says that it's actually fine for us to delete these, and they will downplay them as daily communications with no meaningful policy impact. But hopefully, as I outlined previously, we understand that they do have impact. The city uses these communications to conduct business. And of course, we're aware of, you know, corruption scandals, arrests by the FBI. The city has problems, and text messages play a critical role in exposing them. So finally, I'd like to share what I believe the task force should do. The Sunshine Ordinance states, quote, the government's duty is to serve the public, reaching its decisions in full view of the public. And, quote, public officials who attempt to conduct the public's business in secret should be held accountable for their actions. The Sunshine Task Force bylaws, specifically the task force, state its purpose is to, quote, protect the public's interest in open government and shall carry out the duties enumerated in the Sunshine Ordinance. So I believe a bare minimum for that first part, right, protecting the public's interest in open government, is to defend against the blatant open destruction of public records, which 6 legal experts condemn. So I urge the SOTF to do 2 things. First, to adhere to its purpose in defending open government and publicly and boldly condemn the mayor's office for illegally destroying public records, and to acknowledge, you know, its other purpose, which is carrying out the duties of the Sunshine Ordinance specifically, are impossible if there are no records in the first place. And second, I urge the task force to tell the mayors and city attorneys' offices and other city departments to set their retention guidelines to align with the laws cited by the attorneys in the Mission Local article, and which I'm happy to outline as well, specifically the 2-year retention period. That's all that I have. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Quart, you'll have 5 minutes as soon as Administrator Peterson resets the clock.
Are you ready to begin?
Yeah,
5
ready.
minutes begins now.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members. I just want to give a little overview of the complaint that we're dealing with the city attorney's case. So on July 1st, we received 2 immediate disclosure requests from the petitioner requesting types of records, basically emails, text messages, and a number of other digital platforms. And the request was specifically for the last, I believe either it was the last message or the last 3 messages or something like that on all of those platforms. The city attorney performed, and to be clear, this request was for communications between the city attorney himself and the mayor herself. The city attorney performed a reasonable and diligent search, and there were no responsive records. The next day, on July 2nd, our office responded in a timely manner to both of those IDRs, informing the petitioner that there were no responsive records. The only platform that was requested that the mayor and the city attorney communicate on is text message, other than verbal or in-person face-to-face communications. And they very rarely communicate via text message. To the extent that they do, those messages are limited to scheduling communications, kind of like, hey, can I call you? Are you free in 10 minutes? Do you have time to talk this afternoon? Things like that. And I have to stress again, these communications are very rare. They're very infrequent. These texts are not substantive, and they are therefore not required to be retained under our records retention policy. The complaint committee requested a copy of our retention policy, which we provided to all of you. A lot has been said about records retention lately, but kind of the key point that has not really made it into the papers is that there is a difference between the definition of a record for purposes of disclosure and the definition of a record for purposes of retention. The definition of what a public record is under public records laws, like the Sunshine Ordinance and the CPRA, is quite broad. It's essentially anything relating to public business. But the definition of what a record that must be retained is under records retention laws, both state and local, is rather narrow. These 2 issues are distinct, they're easy to conflate, but they are separate and they're governed by separate statutes. State law governing records retention is in Government Code Sections 6200, 6201, and 34090, which is the one that's been cited in all of the articles. None of these statutes, these records retention statutes, define what a record is for purposes of retention. So in 1981, the California Attorney General issued an opinion that provided clarity, interpreted these laws, and defined records under these sections of state law. What they define them as is a record deserving of retention are those retained because 1, a separate law requires it, and because 2, it is necessary or convenient to the discharge of the public officer's duties and was made or retained for future reference. In the last 43 years, no court decision has superseded or disagreed with this California Attorney General opinion. Throughout that time, cities across California have operated under this opinion. Additionally, San Francisco's Admin Code, Section 8, builds upon state record retention laws, but under this section, to be considered a record deserving of retention, not one of disclosure, deserving of retention, the document not only must pertain to public business, but it also must have been retained, quote, by the department as evidence of the department's activities for the information contained therein, or to protect the legal or financial rights of the city and county. Section 8 of the Admin Code puts that it entrusts the department heads to make their decisions about which records need to be retained. And then also, I should just say, the California Public Records Act and the Sunshine Ordinance are not records retention statutes. They do not set legal standards for retention that supersede the Admin Code or that supersede the California Attorney General's position. And then I think it's also just too important to note, because some of these things are quite old, it's not the medium that matters, it is the content of the message that matters. It doesn't matter if it's a fax or a text message, it's the content contained therein that lets you determine whether it should be retained. So there's a lot more on this, I'm sure we'll get into it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, this is our time for questions specifically on 24041. the city attorney's office and David Chu. Any time for formulate questions or no questions?
I'll ask.
Go ahead.
So is there, because I know there are, and thank you so much for giving us the records retention policy.
Yes.
And I understand that there are some records that do not need to be maintained under your policy. Do you have any procedures or protocol where you call for the immediate destruction of any records?
So everything is kind of, to the extent that certain things fall under certain categories of records. So overall, in the records retention policy, there's, I think, 4 categories of records, essentially. And then attached to that, which you all have as well, there's a chart basically that shows types of records that we deal with in the city attorney's office, common types of records, essentially, and where those fit in. And so you'll see, if you looked at the chart, there's a number. I don't even know how to get into it because there's just so many, everything is like differentiated here.
And I saw all of
Yeah.
that, but I'm saying, is there any protocol or procedure whereby you systematically destroy records?
Well, the policy does say that certain records after a period of time need to be destroyed.
Right, but nothing, no records that you're immediately destroying. Like, this is category 4, we don't need to keep these, so we're going to destroy these every day. Or
No, but that's also systematically, no. It's more up to the individual employee and the individual employee's kind of team leaders. I mean, I throw away a Post-it, so, but
no process for that. No.
there's no office-wide process that for all records or these broad tiers of records about how they need to be destroyed. But there are several in here, go through it. Yeah.
That was my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I just had a quick question. So earlier in your presentation, you mentioned that rarely do City Attorney Chu and Mayor Breed communicate by text, and when they do, it's very non-substantive things like, can I call you, whatever. So is it that Mr. Chu on a fairly routine basis deletes those text messages? That's why they don't exist for this request?
Well, the way that he described it to me in terms of like the frequency of their communications, he described it to me about once a month. They might text but it would be something like, hey, can I call you? And yes, he does delete those text messages. The ways that he described things like that to me, like very insignificant kind of like day-to-day things, he described that to me as kind of his to-do list, basically. So
okay, and those.
But his practice is generally not to conduct substantive business via text message because it's not a very conducive form of communication for substantive business.
Okay. Member LaHood?
I'm stuck here on the word convenient because a record is kept because a law requires it to be kept or because it is necessary or convenient to the discharge of the public officer's duties. It actually sounds inconvenient to me to delete those kinds of messages. And it's not taking up a lot of space. And in my mind, knowing that there's somebody who's asking for these kinds of records, it might actually be better to keep them because then you can point to them and say, look, this is what the conversation is about. But if you're deleting everything, it does seem like everything is being deleted so that things can be hidden. Can you explain to me why somebody would go through the trouble of deleting insignificant messages on their phone if they are truly insignificant? Why not just leave them there and then have something to use when somebody makes a request for information like this?
Sure. I think I would answer that in 2 parts. Just first on kind of the definition of convenience. So I'm a press person. I talk with reporters every day. I need to have a press list, right? I need to have my contacts. That is a record that I keep for myself for the convenience of my duties in my job. So that's kind of how I would describe it. On the flip side, in terms of deleting, I mean, I don't keep my spam text messages. It makes my inbox feel cluttered. That's pretty inconvenient for me. And I don't keep, for example, like personal text messages that are, my friends from college. After a certain amount of time, I can delete those. That to me is like kind of just a measure of like good phone hygiene, I guess, just to like keep my thoughts clear and keep everything in one place. And I think given that how he described it to me as well, he's like those like small things, I kind of treat it as my to-do list. That's kind of, that kind of speaks to that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I guess a quick follow. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to go first?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Just as a quick follow-up to that. I know you said that the city attorney doesn't typically or doesn't like to conduct business via text message, but
Yeah.
if he were to have a text message that were to somehow delve into some type of, something more than non-substantive things like, are you free or whatever, but someone actually asks an opinion or he does something more substantive on text, does he retain those text messages? It might not be between the mayor and him in this particular instance. I'm just curious, retention-wise, how that operates.
How that would happen. So to be clear again, which you acknowledge, this request was for communications between him and the mayor. So I haven't asked him what all of his text messages look like across the board, but generally our office is, if someone were to text us like a client or to text David, a client, I need help on this issue. Can you figure this out for me? He's not going to reply with substantive, advice that just similar to how you all got a memo from our office earlier today. Like that's the form it would take. It's not going to be via text message.
Okay. Member Schmidt.
Yeah. Ms. Ford, I'm looking at the records retention policy and it's page 49 of our package. It's page 2 and category 4, no retention required.
Mm-hmm.
And the first sentence to me has a lot of content. And so I just want to, at this point, talk about that first sentence.
Okay.
It says documents and other materials that are not, quote, records, unquote, as defined by Admin Code Section 8.1 need not be retained unless otherwise specified by law, local law. Okay, so it sounds to me like what you had said to us about the records definitions located in state law. That's basically a hierarchy that your office operates with, and something in order to be even considered under a retention schedule, it has to qualify as a record. Is that sort of what you're saying? It has to qualify as a record under state law.
I think that's true, but I think there's a lot of discretion in there for the individual employee and certainly the department head under Admin Code Section 8 to determine those types of specific records. So, what might seem maybe insignificant to you might be quite important for our office to retain, and vice versa. So there is some kind of interpretation there, I guess.
If something is not in that records category, okay, first I'll ask you this. Can something which is a correspondence be found to be not in that records category?
Yes, a record that is defined as a record for purposes of disclosure, something about that relates to city business. Certainly, there are many things that fall into that category that would not fall into the strict definition of retention.
Okay, and a document, and I'm looking at the same sentence that we talked about here. It says documents and other materials that are not, quote, records. So a document, just a document, can be something that's not a record, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so we have this sort of threshold level of what is a record in order to even be put through the analysis of what's the proper retention period, what's the process. And so there could be numerous documents and correspondence out there that are generated at your office. And since they're not records, they don't even fall into any category under the retention policy, correct?
They are records for purposes of disclosure, not records for purposes of retention.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. So they're in the okay. So you have Venn diagram.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this.
Yeah. We got big and we got small. Okay. And so there could be documents, correspondence in that big.
So the way I would think about it is big circle for purposes of disclosure, much smaller circle for purposes of retention, but the retention circle always fits within the disclosure circle.
Yes.
So it's not a traditional Venn diagram, it's a circle within a circle.
Okay, so great. I love it. Circle within circle. But all the rest of that Venn diagram outside the small circle, I think you're saying that there's no rules. It's no holds barred. You just destroy them anytime you want. And that's legal.
I would say we are able to destroy those records, but it's up to individual employees to whether they retain them or not. So something that I might be retaining in my personal email box, maybe one of my colleagues has a policy that they are constantly discarding those records.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean that it has been destroyed. It just means that it could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that can be emails, texts. It could be written documents in the office.
Yes.
If it doesn't fit in that small circle in the Venn diagram.
Correct. And it again doesn't matter the medium, whether it's on paper, in a text, in a fax, email, whatever. It matters the content of the message.
Okay. And in this sentence, okay, so your policy talks about as defined by Admin Code Section 8.1. That's the city admin code. Right?
Correct.
So you don't see that there's any difference between how the city would define these records for retention purposes and the state, right?
They're pretty in line.
Okay.
They're pretty in line. Both of them kind of have a baseline while they use like slightly different words. Both of them have kind of a baseline test of like, one, an independent law requires this record to be retained. Court documents, certain things like that. Or B, it's because we're trying to preserve some public act for the future, for future reference. For example, like votes at the Board of Supervisors, that needs to be retained. Or because it's something that the individual has kept for discharging their duties, basically. So they're both pretty in line. They use slightly different words, but they're pretty much in line.
Thank you. Now I'm going to move to the last 6 words of that sentence, unless otherwise specified by local law. Do you know of any such local laws that your office considers to fit within that definition?
Yeah, so I would look to the chart and all of the things that are labeled as permanent records. Those are likely all labeled as permanent records because there's some other independent legal significance as to why they need to be kept forever.
Okay, and in that terminology, unless otherwise specified by local law, Do you know of any documents that would fall within this category due to any provision of the Sunshine Ordinance?
I'm sorry, can you, I don't understand.
Okay.
Can you rephrase it? Yeah.
Again, I'll try to be better about how
No,
I ask that question. Unless otherwise specified by local law. Local law?
Oh, I see.
Sunshine
I got it.
Ordinance is a local law.
I got it.
Okay.
So I do not know of anything within the Sunshine Ordinance that requires, the Sunshine Ordinance essentially doesn't deal with records retention except for one line. I'm trying to find it. The only piece of the Sunshine Ordinance that deals at all with records retention is department heads have a duty to maintain and preserve their correspondence in a, quote, professional and business-like manner. So I think what we would argue is that having a detailed schedule specific to our office with all of these different time periods is certainly a professional thing. And we pay for offsite storage of our permanent records and things that need to be kept over long periods of time. That's certainly professional. And I think the professional and business like kind of gets back to the piece about convenience and just ensuring that we're able to discharge our duties in an effective manner and we're not cluttered with things that might hamper or interfere with the employee's ability to kind of do their job.
Okay, so you don't think that provision is an affirmative law that may be the type of local law that you need to consider that might be different than the state law or the other provisions of city law?
I do not think that that sets a different legal test than what's in the admin code or what's in state law. I think it requires us to, preserve our correspondence in a business and professional like manner. But beyond that, I don't believe that it sets a higher or different legal test than what's in state or local law.
So it's sort of a throwaway line.
No, it's not a throwaway line. I think if, we didn't
be professional.
I think if we didn't even have a records retention policy and there is, while nothing fits into these not everything fits into these categories in this document, there is a certain level of specificity in terms of the vast array of teams that we have in our office and the vast array of types of work that we do in our office. And so I do think that is professional and businesslike.
Okay. I appreciate your candor. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Okay, Member LaHood?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit stuck. And I understand people have different ways of organizing things, but I'm a little bit, and I feel like I'm channeling Member Wolf. I'm both confused and a little disturbed by the practice of deleting things for convenience, especially, when you cite here in this section, so the document must not only pertain to public business, but also must have been retained by the department as evidence of the department's activities. So for the information contained therein, or to protect the legal or financial rights of the city and county or of persons directly affected by the activities of the city and county. Mm-hmm. While you may have insight into what the city and county needs, if you're talking about persons directly affected by the activities, you don't know what people are ultimately going to need. We have people who come to us all the time here who are requesting records of communication and conversations in order to create timelines of what happened, mm-hmm. Between them and the city, whether there were city employees or people, receiving services. And so deleting things just because they don't seem important to me doesn't seem like a good records retention policy at all, because how do you know if it's important? It might not be important to you, but it's important to someone else.
Yeah, I would just say in response to that, a couple of things. One, if we go down that path, that kind of means that our office needs to keep every single communication.
I would love that.
That is just unfortunately not as what is required by state or local law. So that's more of a policy call. That's more of a policy call. You know, if some department wanted to retain every single communication, text, slip of paper that they receive, they could certainly do that. That's a policy call, but that is not what is required under the law.
Okay, one more question. I do have a hard time believing that neither the mayor nor the city attorney ever sends an email to all the other department heads.
Oh, so the city attorney does not, I
Never.
No, the way that we communicate or that if there's a need for him to send a specific email to, say we're sending out a confidential memo, advice memo to, you know, a few department heads or to the mayor or whoever's requested it, the way that that would go out is through our staff, from staff to staff.
So he is communicating with the mayor, but not directly. It's through intermediaries, but the communication is happening.
I mean, our offices talk all the time, of course. Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't be able to function if they weren't able to ask us for advice and we could provide them with advice.
Right. But the buffer is created so that we can't actually see when they're communicating directly.
Well, I think it wouldn't really make sense for David Chu to be sending out like dozens of advice memos every single day. Like that just wouldn't, he's just one person. Our staff have to be able to work together.
Does the mayor ever send out things to all department heads that, so something would have shown up in his email box saying from Mayor London Breed to City Attorney David Chu? Or you're saying that just doesn't exist?
Not that I know of, but he doesn't have I mean, I guess that would have gone to maybe to his assistant, but I don't know what the mayor's office sends out or not.
Does David Chu use email?
No, he uses through his assistant.
So he does not have an email address to which people write to him?
No, we have an office email address, cityattorney@sfcityatty.org. And that is kind of his email address. He can use that or he can use his assistant's email. But no, he does not have, there's no David Chu at City Attorney. There's nothing like that.
In response to Rosa L's email, did you use that city attorney email as a proxy for his email address?
To communicate with her?
Yeah.
No, that went through our public records inbox.
No. I'm saying Rosa L asked for communications between David Chu and the mayor.
Remember the hood?
Yeah, should I stop? I will stop. Okay. I just think it's interesting.
No, not that.
Yeah.
She actually didn't ask for emails. It says text messages, Signal chat, Microsoft Teams message, Telegram message, and WhatsApp message. So it's not email.
Forgive me.
We're going down a path.
I'm thinking all communications. Forgive me. I will stop.
Okay. Remember, Kumar?
Okay, so maybe for text messages, I can understand they cannot be retrieved, but Telegram, I'm not sure about Signal, but in Telegram or maybe even Microsoft Teams, there is a possibility to retrieve deleted messages. So did your department try doing that for Rosael?
He doesn't use that at all. So he doesn't use any of those platforms. So there wouldn't be anything.
So are you confirming that so what are the platforms through which the Attorney General and the Mayor communicate?
Just text messaging.
Just text messages?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no other platform.
Okay, all right.
Sorry to interrupt. I did request emails. I just wanted to make sure the record is clear on that.
I thought I saw that.
There were 2 requests. The city attorney's office mentioned that in their opening remarks as well.
Were there 2? Okay, I was looking at the one on page 6. Was there a separate one in the Rosa L? Is there a separate one in the file? Separate from the one on page 6? I don't know if you can see our PDF. With attachments.
Oh, I see it. It's it's actually on page 30.
Yep, I saw it too.
The 3 most recent emails sent between David Chu and Mayor Breed on Chu's work and personal devices.
On page 30?
30 of the PD. So in
now
item 13.
Page 30 was part of the respondents.
Right.
The-
Well, they're saying that that was one of the requests. The second request was for the most recent 3 emails sent between David Chu and Mayor Breed on Chu's work and personal devices.
Okay.
So there was a request for emails.
Okay. That request itself must not have made it into the packet.
But I just want to add, in the next paragraph, there is a response saying that Mr. Chu does not communicate with the mayor about city business by text, email, Microsoft Teams, Signal, Telegram, or WhatsApp.
So my apologies if you want to get back to your email question, since it sounds like there was email, even though I don't see the request.
Well, I mean, the question is, what is
Yeah.
his email? So if you're saying he doesn't, his personal email, but yet his office has an email, and would that be understood to be his email by members of the public?
I mean, would that be? Possibly his assistant's email, possibly. I'm not, I don't know if I have a super clear line on that, but possibly. I will say that any message that is going through that email to the mayor's office, that is not like I guess we wouldn't consider that a communication from David Chu as a person to London Breed as a person. Like, we would consider that a communication from our office to our office.
Okay, thank you. Chair Yankee, I'm not going to follow down that path unless you think that's worth it, or unless you think that's what Rosa L was looking for.
We could stop. I mean, let's do this. We've got a lot of questions. Why don't we do rebuttals, and then we'll get into deliberations. If it happens to come up, we can reopen the question. So let's do that. Let's get to rebuttals. So Ms. Quart, you'll have 5 minutes. I'm sorry, 3 minutes for a rebuttal, and then Rosa L will have her 3 minutes for this rebuttal. And Administrator Peterson will let you know when the clock's ready.
Are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you all for the discussion. Appreciate it. This is obviously a really interesting topic. What I would just say to kind of wrap up is our office's records retention policy is in compliance with both state and local records retention laws. And those are the places that govern records that need to be retained. Records that need to be disclosed are a different definition. They're governed by different statutes. And it's easy to kind of see the Venn diagram or not the Venn diagram of these two things. And it's easy to kind of conflate them, but they are distinct under the law. And the Sunshine Ordinance and the CPRA are not records retention statutes. They do not govern records retention. I would say that our office's records retention policy is quite detailed and thorough and follows all of the kind of people who need to approve it under the admin code and follows all the proper procedures under the admin code to approve it. And so I would say that we're conducting ourselves in a business-like and professional manner. I just wanted to kind of get to something that we didn't really get to touch on, was a couple of the legal experts that had been quoted in the press. And I think when you're looking at some of these quotes, for example, in the Mission Local article, something like, when you're texting about public business, that's going to be a public record. Yes, we agree. It is a public record for purposes of disclosure. It is not a public record for purposes of retention, or it could be, but in this case, it was not. And a number of these different quotes are along the same lines. And then you'll find at the bottom that David Loy from the First Amendment Coalition kind of does agree with our interpretation of these statutes. There's a bit of wiggle room. There's a quote unquote hodgepodge of different laws and local rules that govern retention of records in California. And then he says, quote, "To my knowledge, no court has held that the law requires cities to retain every kind of record under the California Public Records Act. There is some play at the joints here about what the record retention laws are and the obligations of an agency."
30 seconds.
I'm all good. Thank you for the discussion. Happy to answer any questions, but it's not my time to do that anymore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll have 3 minutes for Rosa L.
Rosa L., are you ready?
I am.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. 1 second here. So I just wanted to really emphasize the significance of this matter at hand. And bear with me because I am not a lawyer. I am a journalist and concerned citizen in San Francisco who wants to use Sunshine Law and is currently feeling like she is unable to because of this retention issue. So I just want to quote this is from Joe Fitzgerald article here in San Francisco. It says, quote, former SFPUC Chief Harlan Kelly sentenced to 4-year prison term following fraud conviction. Prosecutors showed jurors a 2014 text message from Kelly to Wong, quote, we need to get together to chat how to reimburse you and a request for proposal. That's a scheduling related text message that had enormous consequences. I just wanted to start there. That's the significance of all of this. And then I'll just end by saying that like the Sunshine Ordinance does refer to retention, as the city attorney mentioned, that department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional business-like manner all documents and correspondence. I am not convinced, and I hope that the task force is not convinced that by the notion that because the city attorney believes it's business-like to delete text messages for phone hygiene between the city attorney and the mayor of in a major American city that this question is settled. I think the facts on this matter are totally clear. Like persons that are directly affected by the activities of the city and county are being significantly impacted by the fact that both the mayor and the city attorney delete their text messages, admit to deleting the text messages, and as a result, the public is clueless about their communications with each other and how our city government operates in that way. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, how do we want to proceed on this one?
I just, want to say I am pretty uncomfortable with how these retention policies seem to be impacting some aspects of the Sunshine Ordinance. I've just kind of looked through the ordinance, and actually retention is mentioned in like 3 places, or retaining records is mentioned in 3 places, including the one pointed out by Member Schmidt, which would seem to apply to, a correspondence between department heads at least, which this case seems to cover. And then there's something about maintaining records of closed sessions, retaining them for at least 10 years. And I can't remember where the other one is, but there was another, I'd have to search through it again, but there's at least one other place in which retention is discussed in the Sunshine Ordinance, which would be a local law, which perhaps should apply here. And so I'm concerned about, and also I think a lot of these, I don't know fully, I didn't get into in any of the documents that were provided, what is the reason behind retention policies? I would assume at some level, part of the reason is lack of space, right? That you can't retain every document and every, ephemeral thing along the line when you're talking about physical documents. And to a certain extent, you can't with electronic documents either keep them forever because you are paying for storage space and there's very real costs there. But I am concerned when and maybe not in this case as much as the one that follows, when I hear about like systematic or supposed systematic destruction of records almost immediately after they're created. To me, that's another place where this just feels very problematic. So that's kind of, I don't know, what's going through my head at this moment.
Member Sugarman?
I just said, and I just wanted to say in terms of section 8.1 that's referenced, and in terms of like the question of a retention and legal significance, that it seems interesting. It seems suspect to me that the policy is, well, since we don't have to retain this document, then we're going to delete it. That it seems like a calendar setting between the mayor and the city attorney's office, as insignificant as that record may seem does bear some legal significance to keep.
I'm kind of where Vice Chair Stein is on this one. I think actually for nearly all the records, I think the retention schedule would apply. And I think we actually don't have jurisdiction over the vast majority of the records because we do not have jurisdiction, in my opinion, over Admin Code 8, right? I think is where the retention schedule is. But Admin Code 67.29-7 specifically says the mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and business-like manner all documents and correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandums, invoices, reports, proposals, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. So I think, like Vice Chair Stein and Member Schmidt pointed out, there are a few exceptions to where our jurisdiction does overlap into records retention issues. And in this case, I think it's for all correspondence from the mayor and all department heads. And so we're not talking about tens of thousands of city employees. We're talking about a handful of people who have to keep all correspondence. And so I think that the language is pretty clear on here. It says all documents and correspondence. I would argue that is as insignificant as I need to talk to you about something might seem to them. It is all correspondence and therefore does have to be maintained very explicitly. If this had been a request for Mr. Chu's chief assistant's text messages, I would probably argue that we don't have jurisdiction. And if they deleted the text messages, oh well, we can't do anything about it. It's Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. But I think under that provision, we can. And I think we've heard with the testimony that there are text messages exchanged. They may seem insignificant, but as Member Hood pointed out, they might not be. I mean, depending on where things go. And I think that that's what the provision in the Sunshine Ordinance and why it's so very limited to just the mayor and department heads. And so keeping things like, hey, can I call you in 5 minutes? We're like, again, when you're only talking about a handful of city officials who would have to keep that, I don't think that's a huge burden. We're not asking all 30-some thousand city employees to keep those things. So I think that those text messages should have been kept and disclosed under that provision of the Sunshine Ordinance. I wouldn't think that if it was just, like I said, any random employee in the city attorney's office, but specifically for David Chu, who is the department head. There's no, I don't think, any dispute about that he is a department head for the city attorney's office. I think it needs to be there. So that's right. I'm in.
So would you put the violation under that specific code section?
Yeah, I mean, if it were me, I would say that specifically, I think the only violation I can see here is that David Chu, as the department head, violated 6729-7 by not maintaining all correspondence and disclosing them. But someone else may think differently.
I have something to say. So, and I do want to say, Ms. Quart, thank you for being here. I know you're doing your job and you answered our questions very well. I don't want this to come across as me picking on you, but I do think we have an issue with the city attorney. And I think even if we issue this violation, first of all, Rosa L is not going to get what was asked for. And I think we need to refer this to ethics because I don't think the city attorney's office is going to change its policy because we said you did something wrong in this particular case. I mean, I think they need to change their retention policy. If this is what they are actively doing, are they going to listen to us if we say you can't do this anymore? I don't think they're going to listen to us. I'd like to hear what Chair Yankee thinks.
That's a great point. And when we talk about the retention schedule, I mean, it's my opinion that the retention schedule really doesn't matter as a whole because it's a bunch of records. And we're looking specifically at, I mean, to me, this case is really just about the very limited and narrow scope of 6729.7, which is, in this case for the city attorney's office, just David Chu. I mean, everyone else might fall under the retention schedule. I really don't think we get to weigh in on that retention schedule. But I mean, there really isn't much. I mean, it's all correspondence. I mean, that is the retention schedule. It's everything. So I'm not sure that going through the retention schedules necessarily, but I do agree with you. Like, well, if we say stop deleting your text messages, what's going to happen?
I mean, or do we
Right.
say, there's going to be compliance here, and so for the next, we want to see these forwarded.
I mean,
for the next X amount of time until you've shown that you're not deleting these things. I don't know. What do you think?
on the as far as the ethics things go, right? And so we have two pending things I'm aware of right now with ethics. One of them was from several years ago that got held up, and I asked, I think, Administrator Peters, this was when Bruce Wolf was chair, to just forward on the packet as it is, right? I don't know what happened to that. That was several months ago. And then in June, I believe it was, that I wrote up a multi-page, I think I distributed to everyone thing routing about the police department and those I forget, it was that case.
Oh, this was the thing about the Zodiac
Yeah,
killer and the files that were like lost.
That wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't.
No.
Was it Zodiac? No, it was Zebra.
Zebra, sorry.
Yeah, right. And I heard back like within 24 hours receipt, and literally now we're in October and haven't heard a thing since. So it kind of goes into this. I don't know what happens to it, right? I mean, and maybe a year from now, 2 years from now, I know it's election season, so I think that's where a lot of the ethics, time and effort is spent. So I'm wondering, do we, if there's agreement, and some of you may disagree with me about how to handle this case, but if it were me, what I would do is I would say that we believe or find a violation of that section and ask the city attorney's office to respond if they will preserve on a go forward basis these communications from Mr. Chu. And if they disagree and say, well, no, I still disagree with, then we can.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So in good faith, say, we think this needs to change. Would you be willing to change it?
Yeah. And if he says, yes, great, then we don't have to send it to ethics. We kind of know, okay, well, great. We solved it. And if they still assert, well, no, you said this, but we're still going to not do that. Then we can send it to ethics and say, we tried, here was their response. If you want to pick it up from here.
That sounds like a more sensible path than what I was suggesting. So yes.
I see some hands over here. So Member Kumar, then Member Schmidt.
I beg to differ a little bit. I feel that if documents, okay, I can understand there are a lot of restrictions with retention, as the city attorney's office said. But I believe that if you're deleting something, even if you feel that it's not important, it could be important for someone else. I think there should be a record of what was deleted and at what time. I think if we can totally go to the city attorney's office and say, hey, you should retain the documents, and they can totally say no. I don't think we should go to them with that kind of a request. I think we should go to them with a plan saying that we understand that you cannot retain everything, but if you're deleting, we need to get the information as to what is being deleted. Because at the end of the day, it can be something important to the city. This is reminding me so much. I mean, I'm going totally off track here, but when Hillary Clinton's thing came up about her emails going to her personal email, the public opinion about it just, went against her. So I would say in this case also, it seems like this is something they're doing at their own liberty, and they've not been held accountable for it. And I feel that this case should be a precedent for all departments that are deleting information. They should at least keep a track of what they're deleting, because there might be some important information in it that we might not know about. Like, even if it's like a yes, no on something, it might be important.
Member Schmidt, did you have?
I'm sorry, I withdraw it.
Oh, okay. Member Kumar, I agree with your sentiment. I don't agree that the task force has jurisdiction to police records. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but the way the law is written, I don't think we do. I think those are all great things for the city to aspire to. And if there was a rewrite of the Sunshine Ordinance and everyone thought that records retention should fall under the Sunshine Ordinance or under our jurisdiction, I would agree. But I don't think that we're in a position to force that over a broad records
I'm not talking about retention. I'm just saying I understand it's not part of the ordinance. What I'm saying is that if it's being deleted, that should be documented. I don't care about the retention policy. I mean, I know it's not part of the ordinance.
I'm not even sure we have any say over making them document why they delete something. I mean, that's I think beyond the scope of our jurisdiction. I think as far as this case and records retention issues, aside from the other one, I think the Vice Chair Stein mentioned, I think that we're very limited by what's written in 6729.7, which actually doesn't talk about deleting at all. In fact, it talks about they have to preserve everything. In fact, specifically for David Chu. in this particular case. So that's kind of where I'm at on this.
You want to make a motion?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The 69 or 67.29.7 provision. I think that it needs to be considered to actually be a law, as opposed to it somehow is just like common sense. And it says documents and correspondence. We know what a document is. We know what correspondence is. And it appears that there's a lot of documents and correspondence, and it may be the city attorney's office, maybe all around the city, but there may be a huge amount of documents and correspondence that are being considered immediately destroyable because they don't qualify as records under state law. Well, this is a local provision that has different terminology, documents, correspondence, and it uses it says several things about them, but it says you need to maintain them in a professional manner, and you need to preserve them. I think preserve is a word that actually needs to be given meaning here. And it seems to me it's somewhat of a sunshine is a document and correspondence preservation policy. It doesn't flesh out anything about details, but it says you have to preserve them. And I just think that the what was described to us as how business is done, it certainly doesn't give any opportunity to preserve if people have the discretion to immediately delete the things that they sent. Immediate deletion is not preservation. And so I think that the policy as we were described, as is in place, is not in compliance with 67.29.7. And we should maybe, even if we don't find a violation here, we should make a separate sort of declaration that this retention policy, we find it to be in violation. But, maybe that we can do it some other time, et cetera, et cetera. That's not necessarily like how I would decide this case, because I think we could find a violation here, although it might just be based on some scheduling emails that were deleted. So I could see that being a violation, although I also think that it's kind of de minimis whether it's a violation or not.
I think it's a violation.
Okay, so that we have a motion on the table, I will make a motion to find that City Attorney David Chu violated Administrative Code Section 67.29-7 for failing to maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner the requested correspondence, and for failing to disclose such records in accordance with this ordinance. Further, the task force requests that City Attorney Chu confirm with the task force if he intends to maintain his correspondence going forward.
I second that.
Okay. And I can't repeat that because I didn't write it down. So we'll have to listen to the audio if you need a redo on that one.
I would just say that it seems like from what the respondent said that there is not necessarily any evidence that they failed to maintain the correspondence, just that the city attorney has a habit of deleting such text messages.
Right. So that would be, so obviously he's deleting his text messages.
So I still think it's a violation.
Right. Yeah.
But I think it's because they've said forthright that like that they have a policy that goes against this. So we don't even know if there was a record essentially, but not because the way you would phrase it, it's just it said that they had failed to maintain the document or the record.
Well, we were told that records were deleted that would have been responsive.
Yeah. Right. They asked for the text messages. Roselle asked for the text messages, and I believe Ms. Quartz said that it's rare, but there are instances where there's text messages between Mr. Chu and the mayor, but those were not disclosed because they were deleted before they were.
Okay, it's fine. I'm still supporting the motion. It's just a little semantic. That's all.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Did someone second that or not? Oh, I'm sorry. Member Kumar seconded that.
So moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Kumar, that David Chu violated 67.29-7 for include the description.
Yep.
And further, that the task force ask City Attorney Chu to confirm that he intends to maintain his correspondence going forward.
Yeah, if he intends to maintain his
If he intends.
correspondence going forward. And then we'll get the letter back and I can schedule this for a follow-up and see how we want to go on that. And there could be other motions on this too, but that at least that'll be my motion.
Can I get clarification on the verb, please? Further, that the task force asks City Attorney Chu if he intends.
Yeah.
Can I suggest a modification?
Sure.
I would say ask him whether he intends to maintain his correspondence in compliance with section 67.29-7 going forward.
I think that's great. I love your edit. Yes, let's do that. If that's okay with the seconder, Member Kumar? Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and take public comment then on that.
Any members of the public wishing to make public comment, please approach the podium. We have no one in the online community. No one
Okay.
approaching the podium.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment and take a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 13, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf, absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 2 absent, 8 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. I know there are other thoughts. Did anyone else have any other motions they wanted to bring up on this one?
This is a bit outside of the sort of day-to-day usual kind of findings that we make, but maybe we could, I would move that the task force find that the city attorney's office's current usage of its 2015 records retention policy is in violation of 67.29(7)'s preservation and maintenance requirements.
I just wanted to say that's kind of what I thought the first motion was going to be. Again, because of semantics, because basically they were saying that like, well, we don't have these records, but it's because he routinely deletes them. So I'm not necessarily, it kind of sounds potentially redundant at this point, but like, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be clear. Well, maybe it wasn't clear. My motion was in particular, actually had nothing to do with the retention schedule of the city attorney's office. It was just that, in my opinion, 6729 says that all correspondence by department heads have to be maintained. So to me, that means every email, every text message, every letter, anything that's obviously not like spam, that's not that public business, but anything that has to do with you doing your business, everything has to be kept basically in a perpetuity. That's my reading, if you're a department head. And that obviously there are some text messages that existed between the mayor and the city attorney, and those may have been deemed insignificant. That really doesn't matter because there's no 6729.7 doesn't allow for some retention schedule and some judgment about whether it's substantive or non-substantive. It says all. I think that's very different than the member Schmidt's motion, which is talking about the retention schedule, which to me personally, I don't think we have jurisdiction over. So I don't think we get to make rulings on the retention schedule. So with all due respect, Member, I won't be supporting that motion because I think mine is very limited to just with the department head, and it's all. So basically, everything that David Chu as the department head, not as the city attorney's office, just Mr. Chu himself, if he gets a text message or sends a text message. But if Ms. Quart, as a member of the city attorney's office, she would fall under the retention schedule. But I don't think that she would fall under 67.29-7 because she's not the department head of the city attorney's office.
I see your point.
So, okay, that was my distinction. So that was my motion, but I think Member Schmidt's making a different motion.
Although Ms. Quart is not a party here, David Chu is a party. So nobody's trying to say that.
No, right. I was just I'm not trying to throw you under
done anything wrong.
Right.
Well, I think that yes, there is sort of maybe it might be that it's outside of our jurisdiction. I mean, 6729.7 is not outside of our jurisdiction. But I believe that Chair Yankee is saying that the retention policy is outside of our jurisdiction. And it might be that we don't have jurisdiction to make any statements about violations of law that we see. I don't think so. I think if we see that there's an agency that's acting in violation, a San Francisco agency that is acting in violation of one of the provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance, I think this task force has the power to make a statement about that. Whether or not it, accompanies someone's records request directly or et cetera. But we did find in the course of looking at a case that we saw the retention policy, and it appears to me that there's probably a whole lot of documents that are disappearing here. I mean, to me, it looks like maybe, like over half of whatever their correspondence documents that they generate are just being handed to people, and they're told, it's not a record, so do what you want with it. And I think that's a violation. So it doesn't feel to me that this is trivial. And I do think that the task force, it does have maybe a little more jurisdiction under 67.30 than just to find specific violations based on specific facts that are brought before us by specific individuals. So that's sort of the basis jurisdictionally why I think maybe we should consider making findings like that.
Member Anderson?
Yeah, I believe, I understand the point you're making, but I believe that's one of those things that's gonna take us a lot more time to hash out. And that possibly this is not the time to do it, but it's one of those things that we can agendize to say we need to address this overall as far as what this section covers. So again, I think it's a good point, but I think that tonight is not the night.
Point well taken. Absolutely.
Was that still a motion? Is that on the table?
Is
Okay.
at the second,
Okay,
but I'm about to destroy.
okay.
The ability to destroy it at any second.
You do.
I'll just briefly say, I could also see this being something that's addressed in next year's annual report as an issue that has come up that should be looked at, whether retention policies are contravening this particular section.
Yeah. Yeah. And I remember when we would hear from Anonymous quite a bit, we would hear about this, right? That there's a very odd where someone can delete something to get around us saying you have to disclose it, and then there's nothing we can do about it, right? You know, we could say someone asked for whatever, and then they could delete it and say, well, we don't have it anymore, and there's nothing then the task force can do. Obviously, I think that's very problematic. I'm not trying to diminish the problematic nature of it, and I think either it's something that we deal with in the annual report, or we deal with through the amendment process where we give ourselves more jurisdiction, or ask that, you know, someone give us more jurisdiction over the interplay between records requests and records retention, because there's a lot of overlap as we talked about the circles. And I think that was a great example. But I think we're kind of limited now the way the ordinance is written. I'm not sure, to Member Anderson's point, that we could figure all this out, particularly in the middle of this particular file, and solve this problem.
I'm not withdrawing my motion. I know I don't have a second, but I think it's a valid motion. Certainly, you know, I'd need for a second to there even be a vote. I understand that, but I do think that there are places where we don't know exactly how to make statements about certain things. We do case, 3 cases here, 6 cases here, there, and then we do discussions in general, but we don't really have a lot of avenues by which we make actual statements about what we see going on legally in the city. So I think whether or not we do it this way, I think it's something that's missing from what this task force does.
Member Kumar, Member Sugarman. And just as a kind of out there, we've been on this case for an hour and a half now, so we need to wrap it up.
I'll keep my comments short. I don't want to nitpick too much from the ordinance, but I just wanted to point out 67.27D. It says that when a record being requested contains information, most of which is exempt from the California Public Records Act, and this article, the custodian shall inform the requester of the nature and extent of the non-exempt information and suggest alternative sources. So what I'm trying to say here is, to inform the requester of the nature and extent of the non-exempt information, the information needs to be there. But if the information is deleted, it's not there, I think it's a violation. They have not informed, they have simply deleted the information without letting the requester know the extent of the non-exempt information. It's not and there's no alternative sources because the source is deleted. So I feel that I see a violation of this particular section of the Sunshine Ordinance. And I may be completely off the mark here, but just wanted to point it out.
Member Sugarman?
I also just want to quickly say that I'm kind of persuaded by Member Schmidt and what he has to say about how this kind of goes beyond, goes into the department itself. And I think that with 6729.7, when it says the mayor and all department heads, it seems like that's a very specific kind of language, but also that the department heads are the ones that are ultimately like they're the final say in the retention policy. And it just seems odd to me that this specific language would want to limit it to that. And I don't want to second it right now because I think it warrants further discussion. I'm just saying that I understand where you're coming from.
Well, I'm going to give it 5 seconds. If we don't hear it, have a second and 5 seconds, we're going to move on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're going to close this item. Motion died for lack of a second, and we're going to move on to item 14.
For lack of a second, but not for lack of trying.
Hold on.
What?
Sorry.
Did you have a motion?
I did have a motion for finding a violation of 6727D.
Okay, so Member Kumar is proposing a motion to find a violation of 6727D.
Yeah. for not giving the custodian not informing the requester of the nature and extent of the non-exempt information and suggesting alternative sources because the information was deleted in the first place. You can, if I don't get a second, it's fine. It can die, but
Okay.
I'm trying to put it out there.
We'll give it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Motion's died for lack of a second. Okay, any other motions before we move on?
I'm going to get you a shot clock.
Am I going too fast or too close? Okay. Okay, we are now officially moving on to item number 14, file 24042. Thank you, Ms. Clerk, so much for joining us and sitting through this.
Item 14, file number 24042, complaint filed by Rosa L. against the office of the mayor for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or quick manner. On August 20, 2024, the Complaint Committee found that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction over the matter, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the full task force with a recommendation to find a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. The committee further requested that the mayor's office produce its retention policy prior to the hearing.
And is Rosa L. still there?
She is a panelist.
Okay, and Mr. Heckel, thank you for joining us on behalf of the mayor's office. As we stated before, Rosa L. had her first 10 minutes in the parliament, so she will not be presenting as part of this particular file. She'll have a chance for rebuttal, but 5 minutes will be afforded to Mr. Heckel for his presentation. So Administrator Peterson, when you're ready, if you let Mr. Heckel know.
Mr. Heckel, are you ready for your 5 minutes?
Yes.
Your 5 minutes begins now.
Good evening, Chair Yankee, members of the task force, Clerk Peterson. My name is Hank Heckel. I'm the legal compliance officer in Mayor Breed's office, here to respond to the complaint of Rosa L. file 24042. The mayor's office takes very seriously its obligations under the Public Records Act and the Sunshine Ordinance to promptly and diligently respond to records requests by conducting a thorough inquiry upon receiving notice of a request, reviewing any responsive records, and replying in a timely fashion to the requester. Just to give you a little procedural background, which we discussed in the complaint committee, but just to recap, our office, we didn't receive the request when it was originally sent on June 29, 2024, possibly due to a spam filtering issue. When petitioner resubmitted it on July 11th, we treated it as a regular records request and not appropriate for an immediate disclosure request, as it sought messages on 5 different platforms and required us to perform a thorough inquiry and response. We performed that inquiry and ultimately did not locate any responsive records, and we responded accordingly on August 8th. Ms. Court did such a fantastic job of running through the retention issues that are raised in this case that I'm not going to tread over the same ground, hopefully too much, but I would like to incorporate by reference the remarks from the city attorney's office made here tonight, as well as their September 25th letter, which incorporates a memo from their office from 1995 and a California Attorney General's opinion, I think, from 1981. All of that forms the legal standard and the requirements upon which the mayor's office is in full compliance. Our record retention policy and practices conform to these requirements, as well as the public guidance from the city attorney's office. That's been set out in detail. I'll just point out that the Board of Supervisors record retention policy is much the same as our record retention policy and as the city attorney's office records policy, and that's the records policy that the retention policy that governs the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force itself. It states that, quote, documents and other materials, including originals and duplicates that are not otherwise required to be retained, are not necessary to the functioning or continuity of the office of the clerk of the board, and which have no legal significance may be destroyed when no longer needed. Specific examples, it goes on to state, include telephone message slips, miscellaneous correspondence that does not require departmental attention or action, notepads and periodicals or publications that are not of historical significance. So the texts at issue here fall into the same types of categories. These are day-to-day texts that would be analogous to phone slips or calendar invites. I doubt that many of us here keep every calendar invite we've received or keep every text message that has no ongoing utility. The mayor and the office writ large does not conduct official business with ongoing significance, either in terms of to legislative issues, administrative issues, or budget issues. Members of the office sometimes may use their own phones to send miscellaneous texts, but communications that memorialize official actions, such as those along the categories I mentioned, are not transmitted through text. So that's sort of the standard we follow. We don't have city issued phones. Everyone uses personal devices. With respect to where the task force has ended up in the previous matter, that since these matters are sort of in parallel in terms of the retention issues, I would just say that 29-7A, we don't dispute that that's a feature of the Sunshine Ordinance that states that the mayor and department heads are required to keep in a professional and business-like manner documents and correspondence. The way that I think about that is that the mayor and the department head, sort of with general authority over the administrative practices and compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance of staff, have to see to it that records are kept in an orderly fashion if they are indeed subject to retention. So legislative files, personnel files, they can't just be sort of thrown around willy-nilly, such that if a requester came in and requested personnel files that are subject to 5-year retention, or the mayor's Prop G calendar, which is subject to retention for several years, we can't just say, whoops, we lost it a few years ago. So all of those, our practices are consistent with that, and we do maintain records in conformance with that provision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions?
Go ahead. Oh, okay. Okay, so it sounds like you're Mr. Heckel, your understanding would be that 67.297, the maintenance, preservation of correspondence and documents, you would apply that if a document comes under the definition of a record. Under the state and local laws. Correct?
Under the definition of a record for retention purposes. That's why I know this gets a bit confusing, because the terms being used differently in two different statutory frameworks.
So if something fell outside of that state definition of record, you don't think that the mayor's office would have an obligation to do anything further with under that provision if it's not a record?
If it's not right, if it's not a record for retention purposes, meaning it doesn't memorialize any official action, it has no ongoing utility and significance to the keeper of the file. Now, I think this is being a little bit misconstrued. I do think that, I mean, if a staffer were to be working on a policy initiative, and the members of that team viewed the sort of iterations of a memo to have ongoing significance or something, that maybe that should be kept. Maybe if someone sort of decides, well, sorry, I deleted the previous, version, now we have to start from scratch. Maybe that's not a business-like manner. But if it's something that doesn't have independent legal significance, doesn't fall into these sort of ongoing retention categories, and has no ongoing utility to the person or the team maintaining the file, then there's no duty to keep it.
Do you believe that's based on the state definition of record, or do you claim that there's some kind of state preemption here, or both? I'm just trying to think of why you would sort of add that on as a requirement under 29.7. Is there you want to go with the 1981 case, right?
Right.
Do you claim some kind of state preemption that preempts the Sunshine Ordinance here?
Well, it's not a case. It's an attorney general opinion, but I don't want to get. I mean, I won't speak to the legal nuances of preemption. I don't think that's that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that the records. So, you have this scheme of like the Venn diagram or the concentric circles. So you consider what records do you have to keep, and that's dictated by state law. It's the 34090 provision that's been talked about. That's not even part of the Public Records Act. That's a state retention policy. Then you have the Admin Code 8.1, and they sort of track together with this concept of keep what has ongoing significance or sort of memorializes official actions for the public. So that's the universe of what you keep. Then you get into the Sunshine Ordinance, which says, obviously, if you have records when they're requested, and I want to make this clear too, when we receive a request and we're on notice of the request, it is not the practice to delete records that are subject to a request. That would not be consistent with the requirements.
Okay.
And so there's that issue, but then there's also the question of the record retention policy, which is consistent to the state and the Admin Code 8.1, which sort of classifies documents, and it does refer to documents that have ongoing significance. So that's why I'm saying the documents with ongoing significance might be in the realm of something you should maintain in a professional and business-like manner, which means, don't sort of throw them around and lose them and be careless with them.
Okay, so the treatment of records that come within the definition under state law, that only applies to certain documents and correspondence, correct?
Correct.
And there may be documents and correspondence that don't fall within that treatment.
Correct.
Okay. And so and I know I use these Venn diagram, this kind of metaphor of a Venn diagram with this before with Ms. Quart. So the records that are, or the documents and correspondence that are in records, those get special retention treatment under the law. But I guess anything that's outside of that doesn't get categorized there, it gets no protection whatsoever from destruction or deletion, correct?
That's right. Yeah, I mean, it's within the discretion. It's within the discretion of the owner of the document, or the user, or the custodian, or however you want to phrase it. But I mean, there's a universe of documents. There's sort of final budget files, final legislative files. There's personnel files. There's the mayor's calendar. There's all kinds of classes of documents that are in these like higher categories that have either permanent retention, or it's 5 years or 2 years or whatever it is. And then you have just sort of the day-to-day work product that people have on their, in their email accounts, or they could have it on their personal devices, because, as I said, we don't have city-issued phones in our office, and so someone might use a text to just sort of set up a call, or communicate on sort of a routine basis with a colleague.
One last subject, looking specifically at the Rosa L request here. It's different than, in some ways, from the last one. I don't know how involved you were in seeking out whatever was sought here by this request, but I wonder, it asks for the most recent text message, for example, from Mayor Breed to anyone. And I guess that the answer was no such text message exists.
That's correct.
Okay. And so someone at your office took that request and they must have either, checked with the mayor or checked with the mayor's phone, and they decided that there's no text message that exists in the past, because most recent could be something 3-4 years ago, correct?
That's true. I think the request was most recent text relating to city business on the mayor's device.
On the mayor's device.
Yeah.
And that's same with the Signal chat. They found nothing that's producible here. I don't even know if she uses Signal.
Right. I mean, much like City Attorney Chu, the mayor does not use those other platforms. Signal, Telegram, Teams, chats, those types of things.
Okay. And WhatsApp messages. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. That's all. That's all I have. Thank you.
Member Lid, do you have questions?
I have a new question now. So you're saying the mayor sends text messages, doesn't use any of these other apps?
The mayor does not use any of those other apps for city business. On occasion, she may use her personal phone to text. Yes, relating to city business, but she also uses her personal phone for personal uses, of course.
Okay, so if she occasionally uses her phone to text for city business, shouldn't there have been something on her phone?
No, there was nothing on the phone that was available at the time of the request.
So you're saying she's deleting the messages that pertain to city business?
I don't know. It could be that, I mean, she could have gotten a new phone. I don't know the details of what, I mean, could be that. It could be that they were deleted like other messages that have no ongoing significance in the way that you might delete texts you don't need anymore, or calendar invites or the like. That could be the reason. I can't state for sure what the reason is, but and you could get a new phone at some point, right? And without any legal requirement, right? There's no legal mandate to back any of this up, right? So if we're sort of going to create requirements, we have to think about, well, how's that going to work? Is there going to be a database? Is everything going to be sort of stored on a central server, et cetera? But to answer your question, anyway, I think I answered your question.
Honestly, the only thing that you've said that makes sense to me is maybe she got a new phone, because everything else doesn't. It doesn't make sense to me that somebody would systematically delete all of their messages. I don't know. It's just, it's when I hear you saying this, it's so hard to believe. I don't know that there's nothing. I guess I don't have a question. I'm baffled. Okay.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
No. Yeah, in the complaint committee, I think we had asked that that you produce the retention policy for the mayor's office. Did you produce that?
Yes.
Is it in our packet? Because I didn't.
I sent it to the clerk immediately after the complaint committee. I also sent it this week.
Okay, I didn't see it.
Out of curiosity, did you send that to Cheryl directly or to the SOTF?
I sent it to SOTF dot whatever
Okay.
it is.
Okay.
Twice.
Okay, and is there a?
I have a hard copy I can share if you'd like to see it.
Yeah, I would love to have a hard copy. If you have other copies and can leave us this one.
I have two copies.
Okay, super.
We could pass it around.
And I'll just ask, so is there any process or protocol that calls for the deletion of materials that you don't believe need to be retained?
No. There's nothing about affirmative. Well, no, I don't have it in front of me, but there's really nothing about like affirmative or regular deletion. I mean, the policy is dictating what the department has to keep. It's dictating things the department has to keep, and for those things, how long the department should keep them, and then defining things that it doesn't have to keep.
Okay. And okay, so there's nothing in here about, so there's nothing about deletion. And then do you know, is there a process or protocol by which all the mayor's messages are deleted? How often are they deleted? Who's deleting them? Who's deciding that these are, not current or just are not under any retention policy?
Yeah, I mean, there's no process or protocol. Much the same. So this policy, I believe, I'll venture to say I've seen a lot of the policies across city departments. We have 60 city departments. I haven't seen all of them, but all the ones I've seen, city attorney's office policy, the board of supervisors policy, which governs the Sunshine Task Force, they all basically track along the same. They have the same kind of regime. They have the same categories. They have, different departments have different records. Don't get me wrong. And I do want to make it clear, like the police department has all kinds of records that need to be kept for ongoing investigations. The health department has health records. Human Services and the Department of Homelessness have all kinds of records about client care, right? So they have kind of more complicated policies, but the basic structure is the same. And each one does have this kind of category of routine correspondence, which is essentially defined as not records, that's not subject to retention, just in the way the Board of Supervisors policy states, which I read earlier.
So under this policy, would there be any correspondence that could be sent to or from, well, I guess really from the mayor's phone that would be something that you needed to preserve?
It's possible. Yeah. I mean, I think that's possible. I don't know what that would be. I don't want to speculate, but as Ms. Quartz said, it's not the medium, right? It's sort of the content of the message. But I think that, as you may imagine, and when we're talking about something like an executive directive, right? Like the mayor would not issue that through it via text message. The staff would write up a proclamation. We would issue it. When the mayor sends out a letter or some sort of official direction to department heads, staff will prepare that. That'll go out under email. When the mayor signs legislation and the budget and other things, that's all sort of kept in a file. So, I mean, I don't think she would conduct business that way, but I mean, let's just say a hypothetical official somehow decides to do something official like that and says, I did it via my text message. I guess that could, if there was some COVID lockdown order that some official issued through their text, I mean, I think it's very unlikely they would do that. That could maybe be subject to retention.
Okay, thank you.
I have kind of some follow-up questions on that. I recall, because I've been on here for a while, and I'm not sure if it came before us directly or people talked about it, but there were stories 4 or 5 years ago about the mayor sending a variety of text messages that someone put on the internet, right? And so if you search for him,
I think it was Rosa L. actually.
May have been. I don't know. The story here is by Michael Barba in the SF Examiner, saying text show Mayor Breed ordering police chief to clear out homeless. There's one in Mission Local, trove of text messages, and it goes on and on, right? And so there's fairly substantive text messages here, right? So for instance, I'll read one that was published because this kind of gets to the question Vice Chair Stein asked about, well, how long would you keep it if there was a substantive one? So here's one that the mayor sent to the chief of police about 5 years ago. It says, another homicide in Bayview this AM and silence from my team. What the hell are we doing? What's going on and why has no one told me what's going on? And why is there a spike? Is this a turf war? What is SVIP doing? What is SFPD doing? Perception is everything. That looks like the city doesn't care. What is our plan? I shouldn't have to chase info. You all need to be more proactive. Now, to me, that seems like a substantive discussing policy issues, right? And that's a text message that is 5 years old, right? So for instance, why would that one not be turned over? If it was preserved under I mean, I think we can all agree that that's probably a substantive text message between the mayor and a department, right? It's not like just, hey, can you call me at 5 o'clock or something, right? That's talking about city policy. It's asking about why there's a spike in violent crime. And that's something that the mayor did text out at some point. It's published on the internet, right? So that's how I found it. So for instance, to Vice Chair Stein's question, how long would that under your retention policy need to be saved for? And eventually turned over, for instance, if under this new Roselle one. And it might be in the last several years since then that she stopped doing that. I don't know. But we do know that at some point in the history, there were text messages that were substantive.
So I think there's sort of maybe two questions. There's kind of like a process question there. So the reason I'm aware of that, well, I'm aware of a previous text, right, that had been disseminated by whoever was requesting something 5 years ago. The reason So the request that we got this time was what's on the phone now. So there could be things that were like sent out in response to a Sunshine request, like they sort of exist in other places. So that's why, so that's why they're sort of out there, but not viewed as responsive to this request.
I see. So it's the way you interpret it. I could see how that is. It's specifically the physical device that she currently had, not any of the mayor's past text messages, but specifically the ones on her current physical device. Is that?
Yeah. Yes. That's. I mean, it said the most recent text message sent by her on her device, or on her device that she had sent.
And you don't know if that. I think to remember, just to really clarify, drive the pride home. You don't know if that particular device that she has currently, if she ever maybe did send something to us about city business and may have just deleted, or it could really just be 3 days old and didn't send anything ever. You don't know. You can't make.
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay. Member LaHood?
Does the mayor ever back up data on her phone and then reset it to factory settings?
I don't know if I understand.
Meaning, does the mayor ever download things from her phone and then reset it to factory settings so that there's nothing on the phone?
I don't know. I don't fully understand the question.
The question.
My own sort of Luddite.
I guess so. If
my lack of tech savvy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are a couple ways of doing it. If there's nothing on her phone, she's either deleting everything as it's coming in, or on occasion is just resetting it so there's never anything on the phone. And maybe, I don't know, maybe she doesn't feel a need to save anything, so maybe she's not downloading it somewhere else. But assuming that she's not extravagant and isn't buying a new phone every week or every month, is she resetting her phone so that there's nothing on it?
Resetting it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Do we want to move to rebuttals and discuss? Okay, let's do that. Let's go ahead and move to rebuttals. So Mr. Heckle, you'll have 3 minutes. Then Rosa L., you will have 3 minutes for this rebuttal.
Can I just respond substantively to your last question, or because there was sort of a process? To your question, Sherry.
Oh, you want to come back to my question?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So I don't think the test is whether something is substantive. I think the test is whether it memorializes an official action, or is official evidence of the department's activities. So, I mean, certainly if with respect to the text you were describing, if the police department were to arrest an individual that was somehow involved in these potential crimes that were being discussed, all of those records, right, would be the police report, the arrest records, the booking files, right? All of that, that's the type of stuff you got to keep when you talk about retention law, not just sort of talking about something that might be substantive.
Not to go down a rabbit hole on this, but here's another one. Get the lots cleaned up. The signage should be clear and the camera should be working. I mean, to me, that seems like a directive, not like just talking about, I mean, get that lot cleaned up or get the lots cleaned up. I mean, so that actually, to me, I respectfully disagree then perhaps with you that seems to be more into the official city policy, not just and memorializes something. So I don't know, but there's a lot of them. I'm sure you can go on the internet and find the same ones I'm looking at. But again, I see your point that those may no longer be on our current device. Those were 5 years old. Okay. In any event, you get to do the rebuttal first, so you'll have 3 minutes here in a moment.
Okay.
Are you ready? Mr. Heckle, are you?
Yes, I'm ready.
3 minutes begins now.
Thank you, Chair Yankee, members of the task force. Appreciate the attention and the robust discussion we've had on the issues that are sort of wrapped up in this case. I will say I don't know if at the complaint committee, I don't think we got too into the admin code 67297 sort of professional and business-like manner issue, but I'm glad that we were able to address that. And sort of referencing your ruling in the previous case with City Attorney Chu, our position is that it's not some overarching record retention requirement specific to the mayor and department heads that somehow trumps the state and local record retention policy as reflected in Admin Code 8.1 and local record retention policies. Again, this is saying if you have these records of official business that are subject to these retention categories, you need to maintain them in a professional and business-like manner, so that when you get a records request, for the mayor's executive directive or some legislative file or personnel file for, someone who left our office a year ago, our HR person can't just like walk down the street with the only hard copy and just sort of, drop it in the trash and we say, whoops, right? Like that. So I think there is some obligation there to maintain the records that you have to retain in the first place in an orderly fashion so that you can retrieve them if they are requested, consistent with the letter and the spirit of transparency in the Public Records Act and the Sunshine Ordinance. And I would submit that we've conformed to the legal requirements in the PRA and the Sunshine Ordinance. Our practice is consistent with the public guidance City Attorney's Office has provided. Ms. Court referenced the Good Government Guide, which I won't quote it again, but basically making the same point that emails and vast majority of public records in the city's possession do not fall under the definition of records, and then goes on to recite categories of records like phone slips and notes of meetings. I would say like calendar invites, the like. That's not something that anyone really in their day-to-day job would keep. And I think we need to think about how far we're willing to go in mandating requirements that aren't in the ordinance and exposing city officials and employees to liability and to keep things that have no ongoing significance and with no systems in place to retain those materials. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll have 3 minutes for Rosa L.
Rosa L., are you ready?
I am.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. So the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaws, I love to quote bylaws, state its purpose is to, quote, protect the public's interest in open government. And that's the first thing. And then the second clause is about the Sunshine Ordinance specifically. So if the committee agrees, the task force agrees that the mayor and city attorney failing to retain text messages is a threat to the public's interest in open government, I encourage it to be bold and creative in addressing this retention issue. The task force is allowed to make referrals to municipal offices with enforcement power under this ordinance when it concludes that any person has violated any provisions of the ordinance. And so I would agree with members of the SOTF that have mentioned before concern that the SOTF simply finding a violation on its own may not be enough for the mayor's office or city attorney to change their behavior. Right? These are departments of a major American city, and I am just a girl who is doing this for free. So if the task force agrees with my concerns, I urge you all to use all of the powers provided to you to act on that. Also believe the city is artificially limiting its definitions about public records, right? Section 6736 of the Sunshine Ordinance says these provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance supersede other laws. And it says the previous section that has been cited already says the mayor and department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and business-like manner all documents and correspondence, and then lists specific examples, right, of correspondence. It's clear to me that that means that the mayor and the city attorney should preserve their correspondence. I think that that's a reasonable reading. Also just want to say, at any rate, in the presence of confusion, I hope that the SOTF pushes to resolve that confusion, right, or any contradiction that exists between laws and retention policies by pushing the city to change their retention policies, right, to conform to the spirit of the Sunshine Ordinance. Like that should be the outcome here. We should not be leaning on the side of restriction. That is an opposition to the spirit of the Sunshine Ordinance. So where the city tries to kind of lean on that contradiction, I feel like that is more evidence that action needs to be taken to provide that clarity for the city so that it understands its obligations both to the letter and spirit of the Sunshine Ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. How do we want to go forward on this one?
I realize it's a little late, but I do want to make a simple comment that I don't delete personally any text messages or emails. And I also like keep them updated on my phone. I back them up. And I find it quite suspicious, the idea from both parties today, that the idea that's like, oh, well, for good housekeeping, we're deleting these minor text messages between two departments.
I think that's an excellent point, and I think that also gets to the point of every time I've switched a device, I transferred all my text messages over, right, and all those things. And I think, kind of to your point too, Member Hood, I mean, those that's pretty easy to do when you upgrade your device. And I would say that if we think that 6729-7 requires saving things like text messages and whatever else, I would interpret. I think it's certainly professional business like to transfer those onto your new device. I think that would be required. It's not that hard. I'm not a techie or anything like that. And I figured it out.
Well, I also want to just, for the purposes of this case specifically, on the IDR, this is on, it says page 22 of the packet, from Rosa L. on Saturday, June 29th. The IDR requests, and it says on the mayor's work and personal devices. So something that we heard from the respondent was current devices. And it's a small thing. I think that current is probably an easy thing to actually say, but it's not what the IDR says. It just says work and personal devices.
Member Schmidt?
Just a couple of points. One is that I think if and when we were to find a violation here, this one's a little bit of a flipped over kind of thing, because we cannot identify any document that is, that is being withheld. We're basically we would be finding a violation in the conduct of persistently deleting. I don't know if anyone feels uncomfortable with that. I don't, but I just want to note that. The second thing is that in looking at 29.7, I thought that it's treated as if it is like some kind of common sense, we know that kind of thing. It's a provision of law that was passed by the voters. Every sentence of the ordinance supposedly should have some force. I look back at when this provision was added to Sunshine. I went back to the ballot pamphlet, and what the voters were told did not exclude. There were many amendments made, but it did not exclude the idea of preserving documents. In fact, the Ballot Simplification Committee, the city and county, noted that one aspect of the amendments being made in 1999 was that the city would be required to maintain certain records for longer periods. And then there's a statement followed by the digest, which is published by the Ballot Simplification Committee, is the controller's statement on G, which is basically to try to talk about how expensive this is going to be. But even that, it's a very brief statement, but one note, the controller talked about how this is going to incur costs, over 300 initially, over $400,000 annually. Additional costs that cannot be estimated will arise from. And there's three categories, the first of which is requirements for retaining more documents for longer periods of time than would be normal. Now, those are not, how much credence we give to this type of thing is it should be given credence if we're looking at what voters thought when they passed a statute about what these provisions are supposed to mean. I don't even know if we need to go to this, because for me, we're talking about documents and correspondence. That's the terminology that's in this, in 29.7. It doesn't use the word records, and it certainly doesn't refer to any kind of like limited protection category, some special protection category, which is this records requirement. I'm not saying that's not a thing. I'm saying that you don't use the definition of records to change the words documents, correspondence, emails, text, all the things that are listed in 29.7.7. To me, it's kind of like apples and oranges. And so I think that the inconceivability that nothing could be produced here it is what it is, and it's unbelievable to me. It really is, that the mayor can think that every single thing that was found could have been just deleted immediately. But I understand why this culture of having these retention policies and narrowly defining what they apply to, and not even really trying to consider both changes in technology and changes in law since 1981 and 1995 has led us to this moment where the mayor just thinks, I'm not going to give them anything. That's all.
Thanks, Member Schmidt. Other thoughts?
I liked the motion that you made for the last one, and I think it exactly applies in this situation. I don't think we need to change it at all.
I was going to actually, if no one else was going to say anything, I was just saying, Administrator Peterson, can you reread that motion and substitute City Attorney David Chu with Mayor London Breed, and that would be my motion.
Motion that the mayor violated 67.29.7 for failing to maintain the definition. And further, that the task force asks the mayor when she intends to maintain her correspondence in compliance with 67.29.7.
I guess if or whether, not when. Yeah.
Yeah.
If.
Yeah, I think it was
whichever word you, yeah.
Yeah. Either works. If when.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Anderson.
Okay. We'll go to public comment on that at this point. If anyone's still with us.
There's no one in the online community, no one in the room.
Okay. We'll go ahead and vote on that motion then.
Taking the vote on item 14, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Maybe. Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf, absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye.
Okay, open it up. If anyone wants to do a different motion here.
We got you with it. You with us now,
I
right?
feel like I'm a ghost.
Motion to find that the mayor's non-production, in this case, constitutes a willful failure to comply with 67.29.7, and therefore is a willful failure under section 6734, and to send this file over to the Ethics Commission.
Just a moment, please.
Member Schmidt, I have two questions for you on that. And I might be along with it. Can you explain why you feel that this, typically in the past, what we've done is when, we've given people a chance to correct their behavior and we don't, that's when we kind of jump it up to the willful failure. So I'm just curious from your level, or your input on this, why you see this willful failure on the outset on this one. And then second was more procedural, is who's going to do the referral? Since ethics has wanted, it's more helpful to ethics after I've spoken to the director of enforcement there, if they have more supporting documentation rather than just a document dump. And just as much as we like people to present to us and write a summary, I think that we should kind of include that along with it. So anyway, those are my two questions.
Well, as I recall, you did the last one, and that was not because you're chair, but you volunteered.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, and we had member Wolf before volunteered to do one, so I don't know if you were taking on that.
Well, if it'll give me some votes, I'll take it on. No, okay. I'd be happy to do it. Everyone should take a turn at that, I think. I'd be happy to do that. I understand your concern about maybe like we order something and then we find that that order is not complied with and we find willful failure. I'm not sure, even though that may be the practice that's generated prior findings of willful failure, I'm not sure if we should be necessarily limited to that. To me, this seems like such an egregious practice, and it's so you just can't. You can try to think of all different ways in which maybe this can be otherwise explained, but none of them make sense. This is a person who's probably constantly sending messages around the city, and yet none of them are making it to the public record. I mean, that is a quantum violation in my estimation of public records laws. And so it just seems like it's so, there's not even an effort to somehow, I don't know, to split the baby or something like that. It's just universal. I mean, the way this request was made was genius, Roselle. You said, give me your last one. It could be 6 years ago. And you would think you'd get something that's, yesterday or maybe a year ago or something. But it's like, no, I don't have a last one. So what does that have to mean? It means everything's been deleted. And so I just think that we can see this as being willful. I don't think it's negligent. I don't think it's just carelessness. I think there is willfulness here. Someone is saying to the rest of us, screw you. I'm not going to show you any of my texts, even though under the San Jose case, texts are clearly, under the statute, under the San Jose case, even though they're clearly, even if they're on your own phone, recoverable. And yet this mayor is just saying, forget it. I'm somehow exempt. Everyone else can do it. I'm exempt. I think that's willful. I think that's willful thing.
You convinced me, particularly as I'm reading more of these texts and seeing going back 5 years, how there were a lot of texts and they were very substantive texts and they made the media, and suddenly after those stories, suddenly they all seem to have stopped, which to me seems like don't save them on the phone anymore. If you are going to send them out, delete them real fast. And so this isn't the first go around at this. I think I just want to, in my mind, differentiate it from the prior one. I don't think there was any evidence that City Attorney Chu has been directing city departments or doing anything like that through his text messages, right? Where I think we do have evidence that we've all seen. You know, you can go on the internet and find it, it's public, right? That the mayor has in the past done those. At the very least, they could have been turned over. I mean, there they are. So.
Yeah, I think with any department head, if we saw that they said, oh, I don't have any last message, last email, last text going back, forever, conceivably. My reaction would be the same way. The David Chu thing, it was just asked differently. It was much more easy to understand. Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second for that motion?
Just before that, I just want to bring up a case from 2020 where anonymous, same complaint, Office of the Mayor, London Breed, and Keckle was here, and it was basically, this is not the first go round. This is, and I think since that date is when this new policy kicked in.
It may have been the one related to some of these text messages. In fact, I'm not sure, but it was around that time.
Back in our record. So I mean, this is, and her Prop G calendar issues; those are in the record as well. I mean, this is kind of the modus operandi. It seems, certainly for this department head. That's all I'm going to say. Mm-hmm. So, at what point do we elevate? I mean, maybe we should have elevated years ago. Not necessarily right before an election, but I mean, that's irrelevant. This has a lot of traction, I think. I think Member Schmidt is on the right track. So I would second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to, and you had it right.
Clarification on the motion.
Yeah.
Motion that the mayor's non-production is a violation of 67.29-7 and is a willful failure of 67.34, and refer the matter to the Ethics Commission.
Willful failure under 67.34.
Under. Moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Highland.
Okay, any other discussion on that motion, or should we move to public comment? Not seeing any hands. Okay, let's go ahead and move. I'm sorry, did you have something?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anything I was going to say, you all have already said. I don't need to reiterate.
Okay.
We have no one in the room, and we have no callers online.
Oh, okay. All right, let's go ahead and move to a vote then on that motion.
Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel, absent. Member Wolf, absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 2 absent, 8 ayes.
You didn't call me.
And Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee,
I
aye.
don't feel so bad anymore.
2 absences, 8 ayes. Motion
Okay.
passes.
Anything else on this one? Not seen anything? Okay. Thank you again to all the parties who showed up for these complaints. I think that ends the complaint section of our agenda for tonight.
May I request a quick break?
Yes, let's
you.
go ahead and do a quick. Is 5 minutes good?
5
We're
minutes
almost
is
at
good.
the end.
Mike's off.
Thank you for attending.
Mike's off.
Mics are off. Microphones are on.
Okay, we're back on at 9:02 and we saw the full 8 members since we noted the last members who had left. Okay, so I think we're going to go back now to item number 6, which we had skipped.
Item number 6, Administrator's Report. And the items on the Administrator's Report for discussion and action are the Task Force and Committee tentative hearing schedule with potential adjustments, complaints and hearing requests, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force member attendance, and communications.
Okay, start with part 1. Anyone see any problematic dates that need to be switched around? Looks like we do have CAC canceled, so that's good. That's marked now. I know we talked about that last time. I mean, it's not marked there, but it might not hurt to talk about it now that January's meeting would be on New Year's. So
Won't be here.
yeah, I don't think any of us are going to be here, and I don't think the city hall is going to be open. So Administrator Peterson, maybe if you could talk to who it is you need to talk to and see if there's alternate dates in January that we could meet. I think we'd having to figure out if this meeting room or another meeting room is available, and then anything else we'd need to figure out.
Wouldn't it automatically jump to January 8th if the 1st is legally unavailable? I don't know.
Confirm the availability.
If it's the room availability, we're not.
Depends what else is on.
Yeah.
Then.
Someone else might always have, like, let's say, the second Wednesday.
But there's good news because there are 5 Wednesdays in the month. So if not
Oh.
the first one, although that would be difficult because then we would have back-to-back end of January, beginning of February meetings.
Yeah, but not on top of 2 committee meetings. We have the
Yeah.
3rd and 4th week for the committee. So
Pat, see if we can get the day before at 8 p.m. and we have all of City Hall. We'll throw a huge party. That's what we can do. Why not? New Year's Eve party.
yeah, we can do that.
I've been to some great parties down there. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Also wanted to point out that the EOTC meeting is 2 days before Thanksgiving.
I think
That's another question.
did we cover that one?
I thought we did, and that seems okay. Is that not going to work for you?
Yeah, it's 2 days before Thanksgiving. So I wanted to check if it's maybe possible to push it earlier, maybe do it on the 19th of November or the 22nd of October, like exchanging it, or maybe,
Well, 19th is already complaints. We can't do it on 19th.
Committee.
so maybe push it earlier, 1 week earlier, maybe. I don't know.
November, I'm probably going to have to say that I'm going to be unavailable for anything in November. So I don't know if other members of my committee are. I was also hoping to maybe, because we've been doing all the complaints lately, and I wanted to take a month and give the complaints to another committee. And so maybe we would cancel our 19th and they could have our 19th instead.
That's great. Yeah, because we do screen a lot of the complaints through yours and gives another fresh eyes
Yeah.
to take a look at them. So what if we did EOT on the 19th? Would that work for you?
That
There-
works. Yeah.
Okay, and
Canceled for November?
so look at, so look, right, so it looks like we're going to cancel complaints on the 19th and we're going to reschedule EOT from the 26th to the spot that complaints had on the 19th. And since we already had 2 confirmations for EOT, we know we're going to have quorum on that, so we're good, and then we'll have to let member Pilpel know.
So don't tell Pill Pill. Just kidding.
Okay, so we're canceling complaint committee. New complaints
You're
will go
big
to
crestfallen.
HTC.
Did you get that Pat? What we're gonna do there?
So
That's what I was repeating back.
Yep.
So we're canceling the complaint committee.
We're canceling complaints on the 19th.
New complaints are moving to EOTC.
Complaints that go to, well, complaints are going to be on October 15th, so those should still go to complaints. But for November, any complaint should instead go to EOT, which will meet on the 19th
So
in lieu of complaints.
it'll be a hybrid EOT/complaints meeting.
Yeah.
We'll probably do more complaints because we're blessedly quiet right now.
Did not.
Although it sounds like there needs to be some training on records retention.
Are you volunteer? We need extra committee members. That's what I thought.
Okay, and then December, okay. No other changes then? And I will look for a date in January.
Yeah, and see if you can, so, yeah, ideally,
Got it.
January
for,
8th.
yeah, for the next report, if you could we propose some other dates that we could look at in January. It doesn't have to be the 8th. I mean, it could be something else. If you can just figure out what our options are.
Okay, and then Member Pilpel will be bringing his proposed calendar.
Yeah, I know he wants to do an annual calendar again, so that's a good idea.
All right. Item number 2, the new petitions complaints received since September 1. This continues to evolve to try and make it clearer. The nature of the complaint is no longer by section number, but we're trying to use words so that any member of the public could look at something and understand what the nature of the request was. We're also including in the status when a file has been closed because insufficient documentation was received from the complainant to determine whether or not there was an action. So we're trying to let you know when we receive something like that. Are there any questions about reporting the petitions and complaints received in the month? Anything else you'd like to see differently?
No, that looks great. And when you say referred to the complaints committee, that's that date in the last column, right? That's the date in the last column. So it left your desk and went to complaints on 9/6, for instance, 2408, 2404.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to hear you. Are you talking about the one that says in process?
Yeah. So like the second item there, 24048, that's a 6721 complaint, and it went to the complaint. You sent it to the complaint committee on 9/6 to be scheduled.
Oh, that is the date that the referral letter was sent to the department, notifying them that a complaint had been received, giving them 5 days to provide a response.
I see.
And that doesn't get sent until, it's like some of you have pending review. So date referred comes after pending review. So like for instance, the next one, the 24049. So that still has pending review. So that one has not been referred to.
It
the
has not
department.
been referred, and then once it's referred, then it's.
Then it sees the date.
complaint
Okay.
committee. We're in that 45-day window where we're just cranking.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it. Okay.
But it tells you at least that we received it, what we're doing with it, and when it can be expected to be heard for the first time at committee. Any questions about item 3, pending petitions? The numbers are current as of the posting of the agenda.
So Pat, just to make sure we're all on the same page, I think these look like really great numbers. So total open right now is 51, but then we have 16, 2, and 5. Had we passed the ODs, I know we didn't, but that 51 would have been inclusive of those 16, 2, and 5 that you have for the October agenda, correct? So
This is adding it to the table so that you get an understanding of all of the
perfect.
cases.
I think that's great. So when we look at the second column where it says awaiting full SOTF hearing, so we had 2 consent items and 5 complaints. So basically after this meeting, 11 minus 7 equals, there's really only 4 files waiting for a full hearing, which I think is amazing. Because I remember when that was like 175. So to have that be 4 is, I think, just shows how far we've come. And I think the dormant cases, those are mainly like the Schulman ones, right? Those are ones that we can't schedule because
Right.
administrative issues and all that. So really right now, it looks like we only have like 4, to go on the next agenda, which I think is just terrific.
And is there interest in using the available meeting times for other purposes? Do you want to continue to hold meetings? We can shift to the complaint committee.
SOTF party.
Agenda around.
I'm going to go with my earlier suggestion to Chair Yankee about doing more when we have free time to do more of the administrative issues.
Yeah, I think we're actually getting to that spot now where we're just not going to have such complaint heavy, agendas. So we can be a lot more flexible. We can talk about,
Administrative and policy related matters is what I meant.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry if I missed this, but when is the January meeting happening again?
January, we don't know. It would have been the 1st, and obviously that's a holiday. So Administrator Peterson is going to search for other availability dates. A lot of these rooms get booked up. Like this room, for instance, is booked up on most days. So it's not like we can just pick another day. We have to see when the city has room for us to, literally physical room for us to meet. And so she's going to bring back, hopefully next meeting, we'll figure it out then.
We may have some flexibility since this meeting isn't televised. When a meeting is televised, that is a little more hard to find an open date, but I will let you know.
Yeah, so it looks like once we adjourn for tonight, we have 3 files waiting in committee hearing and 4 waiting the full task force hearing, and literally everything else is either we've heard it or we can't hear it because the petitioner is not being responsive. So that's, I think, terrific.
I don't have details to provide, but we are seeing an uptick in the number of complaints that we are receiving following the Mission Local article about the deletion of texts.
Okay.
But we haven't reviewed those for substance yet.
Good.
Chair Yankee, I said I would send you an updated chart of attendance, and
It isn't for me really, but I'll just let everyone know. Yeah, so everyone, I've asked that, we kind of talked about it last meeting, so I've asked that Administrator Peterson do kind of a rolling 12-month update on our attendance and just literally put it right in the administrative report. So we all can look and see exactly where we're at, and no one's kind of, not sure of how many absences they have, and it should be updated that way.
and it will be a regular fixture in the next administrator's report. Communications are laid out. However, let's see, were there no attachments here? These were links, I believe. Oh, they weren't. They were not links. If someone would like a PDF, I can provide that.
I can't see the attendance.
It is not in the packet.
Oh,
Any questions?
I've got a quick question on communications. For these articles being sent by Dr. Sumshai, are they just FYIs to?
Yes.
Just FYIs to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got kind of like on her mailing list somehow.
Oh, okay.
So we receive a lot of things, but they're not necessarily complaints. They're kind of, there's a lot of people on them. I've seen them before.
Mhm.
I would like to request for a small grammatical change. A Mission Local article titled Mayor London, Mayor Breed instead of entitled, because it gives a different impression.
I'm sorry, instead of entitled?
It should be titled.
Titled.
That's true for both of them.
Yeah. I think we're good on the administrator's report. Is there anyone online that may want to give public comment?
There's no one online.
No one online? Okay. No one here, so no public comment. Let's go ahead and move on to 15. And remember, everyone, it's only 9:15. That clock is 10 minutes fast. We're actually doing pretty well.
Okay, is this my turn?
It's just, she reads it.
Oh, sorry.
Item 15, hearing on Sunshine Ordinance amendments. Discussion regarding potential amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance and the related work of the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Now it's you.
So, as I think all of you know, over many months, CAC has been methodically going through the Sunshine Ordinance and been looking at line edits, but also potential substantive changes. I wanted to just give a brief overview of some things, some sort of higher level things that we're noticing, and then 2 more significant things, 1 urgent thing, and 1 other thing. So, we're taking a close look at alignment with CPRA and the Brown Act where possible, and sort of just trying to figure out how to make it as consistent as possible. There are closed session provisions all over the ordinance, and we're thinking about trying to consolidate those in one place. There's definitely a need for updating proper government code citations throughout. And I know, and maybe our DCA could talk about, I know there's a systematic way that happens, but if there's any proactive things that we could do to facilitate that, as long as we're, proposing all these changes anyway. And then, sort of functional things like, in some places it talks about hours and other places it talks about business days, and just trying to make it consistent so that it's easier for people to understand what the rules are. More significantly, and I believe Member Anderson had suggested this, often people come before the task force and it's like, they put in a request, it didn't get responded to because the person who got the request doesn't usually get those, and so they didn't know what to do. And we're wondering, and this is something I think for the full task force to consider, because it would be a big change, but should one person in each department be designated to receive records requests rather than everyone being subject to the request? It doesn't mean other people wouldn't have to respond, but sort of one person in each department who becomes the sort of the clearinghouse for that. Like they receive them, then they figure out who it goes out to. Would that achieve better, more responsiveness? We'd like to, sort of present that. It shifts the request to a centralized authority within each department, and they would have to be given resources to do that, but then also be held accountable. So that's one sort of thing we've been talking about. Another significant one, does it still make sense for the city attorney to fill the role as supervisor of records, since the department has said they don't want to order production of records? Should that function be shifted somewhere else? Is it something that could be shifted to the task force if we were given authority for in-camera review, or someone else? And I can't remember if it was Member Anderson or Member Wolf or Member Pilpel, but someone had suggested, on the ballot right now, there's this new inspector general position. We don't know if it's going to pass or not, but could the inspector, if we end up with an inspector general, could that role be an entity that, requires production of records? So, an urgent thing that maybe is on all of your minds, if Proposition D or E passes, we could see swift abolishment for many commissions and advisory boards. And what happens to the records? Even though technically we know that, records should be saved, but if these commissions disappear and none of these commissioners have sfgov.org emails, and so like tracking people down who no longer have a direct connection even to an administrator is going to become even more complicated. So I don't know if I don't think we want to wait for the whole like ordinance review and that whole process. I kind of think this is something that maybe we need to direct more urgently to the Board of Supervisors. Like what's going to happen if commissions start getting slashed, and who's going to be responsible for the records associated with those commissions and advisory boards?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure you use the DCA if you know this particular one. It is urgent, but I think there's a
long runway.
Yeah, I think it's like a 12 or 16 month period where it winds down. So I think it's urgent, but not like we have to write it next week urgent.
Okay.
I think we do have like about a year.
Track of that.
And to that point, I'm not even sure what becomes of us.
Right.
Right. So.
Right. We don't know.
So it seems like a lot is up in the air.
Having just read the whole civil grand jury report on it, they didn't recommend that we get cut, which is nice, but who knows? Because they're not the ones who would call us.
We're mandated by this law.
Yeah,
we're mandated by this law, so I don't think they can cut us.
Oh, but so much is up in the air now. Like you think that, things could change.
They're cutting charter. Proposition D is cutting things that are mandated by the charter and ordinance mandated, let alone charter mandated.
Perhaps Member Schmidt and I's latest motion will be the death knell. Who knows?
So, and then the other thing, and I think, this microphone isn't, okay. I think, and given, things that came up today, and this had come up in our discussions too, but the discussion of records retention. And I think that is something that maybe needs to be made more explicit and robust in the ordinance. If we're, going through this process, that might be another thing to change. So those are some highlights. I know we're here late. Wanted to give you all a sense of what we're thinking, seeking maybe some input on the idea of should there be a designated person in each department who is and I don't know what you want to call that person, but becomes a clearinghouse. So exactly where to ask, but would they be able to respond as quickly as the Sunshine Ordinance sort of dictates? Would it make things move faster? And then again, that role of supervisor of records, and maybe we'll need to see how things shake out in the next few months before we come up with a plan. Member Yankee, I see Member Chair Yankee.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to add, I don't want to get into a large discussion about it, obviously, because it's late, but with that particular point, it seemed like the one thing that we hear a lot is, I was on vacation. Oh, someone else was in charge of this then. Now I'm in charge of it now. So I don't know where that request went. And that's like the biggest thing that, like, when you say that, it's like, that's exactly what I would see happening is like, they would just scapegoat it onto like whoever was supposed to be looking at that email address and was not, basically.
My thoughts on that one, I tend to really like the idea of a specific, like the department would have to have either a specific web page, intake form, email address, phone number, something along those lines, right? Not necessarily a designated person, but a designated office or positions.
Right.
Right. That they could back each other up because, I mean, kind of the way it's written now, if I wanted to go on a bus and give the bus driver a public records request for the budget of SFMTA, technically they're a custodian of record. I mean, it's this weird thing where there would be some level of they would have to give it to us. And I think, giving each person who's a city employee a better understanding of their role is, and if they receive one, and then their job should be to give it to the custodian, the centralized person
Who would evaluate.
who would evaluate and then issue instruction. I think that we've all taken the sunshine training, and as good as it is, I just don't think it's good enough to expect 30-some thousand city employees to properly respond to every single sunshine request that comes through them. And so I think it's a great idea that's coming out that you guys have, that let's give it to someone who's better trained, who's has the necessary backup for vacation reasons. And we kind of even tying into the one idea I had, how we discussed before with IDRs, right? Where what happens if an IDR goes to someone on vacation, or to one of us, a commissioner, or someone who's only a part-time employee who isn't even obligated to work every 24 hours, but yet somehow there's this obligation they have to respond. And so I think it solves that problem too. So I think it's a great idea.
And I was going to say the same thing about it solving the IDR problem. And then you're probably also aware, if you've read freedom of information laws from other countries, many of them do say that every department needs to designate someone to be the kind of public information officer who will receive those things. And some of those laws even allow you to fine those people if they don't respond to records requests. I'm not saying we should suggest that here, but that's given a very important role to have somebody in each department who is receiving those requests and making sure they're answered.
And then any thoughts on the whole supervisor of records thing? Like I said, that's I don't know, it's a little thornier, and maybe I don't know, maybe we need some advice on this.
I just have one question. Would the policy be updated so that like you couldn't then go to the bus driver and make a records request?
I mean, the way I would think of it, if the bus driver does get one, that they have to, then their direction is to turn it over to the custodial records. Right? And there should be one they should know in SFMT, right? Or if I'm a public works person, I should know who my public works person is.
Because I'm just like imagining like the scenarios where it's like they make the records request to the bus driver and then the bus driver doesn't respond and then they still file the complaint.
Right. So I think it'd be much easier, instead of telling the bus driver somehow you have to figure out how to get this person the budget documents, just say, look, if you get one, you just have to give it to your custodian records, and then your obligation is done. I think would kind of be a more streamlined version. Oh, as far as, my thoughts on supervisor records, we've seen the supervisor of records reports now for multiple years. I think maybe except for one exception, every supervisor records report I've seen, the supervisor of records every time says the department did everything fine, right? And we've heard from the various DCs over the years that it's kind of a conflict of interest. They're trying to help their client department, and then so they're not going to
understand themselves. Yeah,
right. So I think it makes sense. So I like, the concept of it's maybe faster to go to a person to get a review rather than wait for our meeting makes sense in concept, but I actually think sending people to the supervisor of records now as it exists actually wastes their time.
Right.
Like they might go and sit there and wait 6 months for kind of a response back from supervisor of records that says, sorry, but we can't do anything about it. Now they're 6 months behind in line to get to us. So I don't know if there's a better spot for it, but as it is now, I think removing it maybe makes more sense.
Right.
Entirely.
So that people don't have the expectation that they're going to get a determination.
Right.
They're
Not
going to
it's
get.
about managing expectations, right? And most of these are have some type of time, you want to get your records, not just you want to get them, you want to get them timely.
Yeah.
And to wait 6 months for the supervisor of record to say, everything's fine.
Not me.
Yeah, not me, right? Or we don't issue orders anymore, waste everyone's time, waste the supervisor records time, receiving them and processing, waste the complainant's time. So why bother?
I have one last question on, so as I said, we're going over and, we're doing line item.
927, member Kumar's absent.
Yeah. We're doing line edits, and while everyone can't come into our meetings because then it would break quorum or break.
Yeah, because we would be a full.
Oh, it would create
body.
Task force. Right.
Yeah.
But are people allowed to, look, because we're adding the annotated document to our CAC agendas? Can other task force members look at that, and could they send notes? Could they send comments? Are they allowed to do that or not allowed to do that? That's why I'm asking. I just realized, I have one more question, but do you mind saying it into the microphone? So you're saying that it's by doing that would be potentially a Brown Act violation. So I guess my question is, what is the appropriate mechanism for getting feedback? And would that be for me to attach that to the full task force agenda and then ask for feedback in this forum rather than the committee forum?
No, just to correct that a bit. I was saying that it has potential implications under the Brown Act, so you had to look more into it in terms of the proposal, what you have in mind, to see how, and then we can at the same time answer, sounds like your secondary question, which is how can we get feedback on this type of thing? So I mean, if you send us something in writing, we can go ahead and look into it in both questions.
Okay.
First, if there's a Brown Act problem, and second, if there is, how do you get around it?
Okay. Thank you.
One additional thing I had for feedback for your group, because I haven't come to the meeting and didn't want to get into that Brown Act violations. I've kind of been reserving my comments on this until this came up on our full agenda. But with the motion member Schmidt made, and we've talked about it before, is I think we kind of need to take another look at our enforcement area, right? Because I think that's one of the most frustrating things for our complainants when they go through this very robust process that we have set up with multiple meetings and documents back and forth and all this, and we rule in their favor, or sometimes don't, but it really doesn't matter. But in the cases where we do, and then the department says, well, okay, that's great, but we're just not going to do anything. And then we say, okay, now you have to start all over again at the beginning with the court or whatever else. And not that I think we need to be some type of ultra powerful, boss all the city departments around type of thing, but I think we need something more. Whether it's we start the process at a different place with ethics, where it's not like the ethics commission is allowed to go all the way back to the beginning, which I understand they do, and basically re-examine the case from the very start. If maybe when we issue an order, the ethics commission has to take our order as proof, and they don't get to rejudge whether or not it was a good or bad order, right? They should only be judging, did the department comply with the order, not were we right to issue the order? Like something like that is what I'm thinking of.
This is something we've talked about years ago, but we got close. We never did it just because we had all the backlog. But now that maybe we have time to do stuff, wouldn't it be nice to have a website, like a SOTF website, and on it we could post selected cases, articles, like SF Mission, just highlighting, once again, this department's doing this, and this, and if nothing else, that might be more effective.
That's a great point. Remember, there's nothing that stops us from.
It's under.
I think it says we are allowed to post,
under the auspices of education,
reports and record, findings that we have, and we could certainly, use our publicity maybe a little bit better than we are.
And God knows we have journalists on the task force,
And not to, maybe shaming isn't the right word, but maybe it is, but in some way.
Shining sunlight.
Yes, sunlight.
That's the official.
And as far as the enforcement, the other part that I think we've noticed is that while there's a lot of provisions about our enforcement and issuing orders and everything for public records, we don't technically have the ability to issue any orders regarding open meeting violations. The order part is actually buried in the 6721, which is part of public records. So we can issue findings that we found a violation, but there's no order that we can do on the Brown Act open meeting side of things. And so I think that needs to have some type of similar provision to what's in the public record part.
Okay, some teeth.
Yeah, something. And what that might look like probably has to have a lot more robust discussion, but.
Thank you.
Anyone else? We ready for next item?
Item 16.
Is there any, just to double check, did anyone come online?
There's no one online. There's no one in the room.
So no public comment. Okay, number 16.
Item 16, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Anyone? Okay, I think we're good.
Item 17, adjournment.
So moved.
Adjourning at 9:33.
Okay.
Mics are off.